60 women, 60 men, and 40 teams have made it to the Europe Semifinal, and here the last 32 qualifiers will be announced for this summer's NOBULL CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin, along with the chance to be hailed as the fittest on earth. The NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals continue live from Berlin. The most populous city in the European Union is Berlin, Germany, and it's the host site of the Europe Semifinal, the final gateway on the road to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. It all began back on February 16th, the open worldwide across affiliates. Anybody with the chance to enter and throw their hat into the ring as one of the top 10% of individuals or the top 25% of teams that advance to quarterfinals. Their athletes were tested as the gateway to semifinals. 3 weeks of competition selecting those athletes and teams headed to the NOBULL CrossFit Games. The 3 weeks started in Africa and the North America East region. In North America East, it was 10 teams, 11 women and 12 men. Africa had 1 from each of those categories advancing. In week 2, North America West, South America, and Oceania got in on the fun. And then here in the final week 3, it's all about Asia and Europe, where we have 10 teams, 11 men and 11 women. As we welcome you high atop Max Schmeling Hall here in Berlin, he's Mads Jacobson. My name is Joel Godet. We'll hear from Lauren Smith momentarily. You look at the depth of field from all of these regions, Mads. I think Europe might be the deepest, and we may see the fittest woman on earth come from here.
I think it is very possible. The European ladies have always been incredibly competitive. I think it's going to be interesting to see who rises to the top this year.
Take a look at those women. The favorites have to be Laura Horvath, the reigning podium finisher from a year ago. Third place, Gabby Magala and Annie Thorisdottir, though, big-time contenders.
Absolutely. I mean, Annie came out last year and had an amazing season. She did great at the games, and if anybody's been following her on social media, looks like she's in a great place. Postpartum just made her work out smarter, I think she said, not necessarily harder. And with a pedigree of Annie, I think that's exactly what you need.
Could be 10 years in between CrossFit Games championships for Iceland Annie if she does it this year, but Laura Horvath stands in her way.
Well, she does, and she's such a powerhouse who's just continuously getting better. She's had a couple of things that she's been fighting with, and has kind of gotten her in trouble in competitions in the past. I think she's starting to iron those things out, and she's just getting better and better, and she delivers very, very well over a long weekend.
On the men's side, the field is interesting. There are a lot of rookies that are among the top 10 coming out of quarterfinals. One guy that's not a rookie is Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson. He has been the staple of European CrossFit, the most consistent of the European men, and he certainly leads the way.
Well, he does. I mean, there's no way you can have a competition like this without looking at BKG and where he's going to be at. I think this programming is also going to play really well into his strengths, and he's going to be able to go out there and do what he always does, which is being just surgical about his deliverance.
BKG, that ever so consistent man amongst the European men, and I think the consistency is what defines him. He never gets too high or too low.
Well, it's both consistency in what he does when he's on the floor, but it's also just the way that he disposes his energy over a weekend. He's just really, really smart.
He's also really going for history. Could be 10 consecutive qualifications to the CrossFit Games. Noah Olsen accomplished that in week 1 out of the East. Cole Sager by the skin of his teeth last week in the North America West region. Could BKG make it a trifecta of men qualifying 10 consecutive years? Somebody who may have an impact on whether or not BKG wins this whole event, though, that is the worldwide 5th-ranked male. His name is Lazar Jukic, and Lauren Smith has more on him.
Thanks, guys. Yes, Lazar has had a slightly different year compared to most. After Rogue and then the illness in Dubai, he actually suffered a bit of burnout and took a few months away from the sport. When he came back, though, he really focused on what his priorities were. He took a step away from social media and doubled down on what was important, which was working on those weaknesses. And in this case, that's his raw strength. He hired a powerlifting coach. He worked very specifically on that first pull from the floor. And what we're going to see in Berlin is a man coming in with a renewed sense of confidence in his own ability. But for his coach, the most impressive thing was the fact that Lazar was able to look at his career as a whole and its longevity over his needs right now. When he comes onto this floor, we're expecting a fierce competitor, and I'm excited to see it unfold.
Lauren, thank you. We go from the men's side into the team's picture. In CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue, all eyes on the number 2 finisher at the CrossFit Games each of the last 2 seasons. Are they the favorite without CrossFit Mayhem Freedom in the fold?
They are definitely the favorite. They're bringing back the whole team. They've had another year to perfect the skills and kind of go through what didn't quite make them go all the way last year, and they have all gotten better. There's no doubt about that. It is a well-balanced team, male to female. I think they're going to suit they're going to fit the bill of a favorite very, very well. That being said, no shortcut CrossFit definitely out there to spoil the party.
That's Andre Houdet's team trying to mix things up on the team side, which all starts at 1 o'clock local time here in Europe. All times on your screen. Central European summertime, 1 p.m. is test 1, followed up by test 2 coming up at 3:40. All of our coverage today is brought to us by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Shop now.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true.
I couldn't do 1 push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You gotta start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time. And then you'll know that you can.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
The CrossFit Games are the answer to who is the fittest person on earth. And that applies to both the men, the women, age group divisions, teenagers, teams, adaptive athletes. But for any person, the CrossFit Games are the place you find out how fit you are.
The CrossFit Games are the greatest, biggest stage of fitness where we find the best, most well-rounded athletes on the planet.
The cool thing about the CrossFit Games is that you never know exactly what the test is going to be. So we literally test things from long to short to medium, from heavy to light, to no weight, to odd object, to traditional objects, to things you may have prepared for or things you may not have prepared for. And that's literally what it is. It's a test of all of your years worth of work.
I think it exposes a lot of people, and the fittest are prepared for every element they're exposed to. And the games test that.
It's also a festival. It's also a great time to come and see other people engaging in a lifestyle that is supporting, embracing challenge.
It's a showcase for what CrossFit does. 15 years ago, you had people that were strong or people that were fast or people that could swim. You had people that were good at the things they did, O courses, whatever they were good at. And they showed up in the environment and you could very quickly see like, oh yeah, that's what that person's good at, but they can't do all this other stuff. And so then the world for 15 years has been doing CrossFit. It's constantly very functional. It's executed at a high intensity. This thing that's just so amazing and so beautiful, but also so simple.
Everybody in the room is interested in everybody else getting better. Everybody in the room is interested in, hey, it's challenging, but that's a good thing. And that's the philosophy that the community embraces. Hey, challenge is worth pursuing. Hey, it's gonna make you better. Hey, I don't know if I can do it, but it's worth giving it a shot. And that's the CrossFit Games.
Getting set for Team Test 1, Heat 1 here in Berlin, Germany. Alongside Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith, the rest of our crew, my name is Joel Godet. So glad to have you along with us as we kick off the Europe Regional of the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Team competition only today, and Mads, we have 4 rounds of a lot of work.
We do. So the ladies are going to go through 2K on the Echo Bike. Male athletes are going to go through 2.5 kilometers. There's an 800-meter run. There's a bear hug sandbag hold while your partner is doing 150 double unders. Then once everybody has completed their work, they need to move on to the worm to do 10 worm clean and jerks. Time cap is 28 minutes.
40 teams, so we have 10 in each of these heats. Oslo Pink Panthers are in lane 3. They are one of the 6 Oslo teams competing in this semifinal. We are officially underway. It is Europe Semifinal, event number 1, test number 1 here for these teams.
It is. This is insane. I'm fired up. I'm fired up about the teams out there on the floor. I'm fired up about the fact that we have such a huge competition in Europe. And I'm absolutely insanely fired up about the fact that this entire field of teams that we're going to be seeing today and individuals tomorrow is so deep.
All right, so here's how this all works out. You have 1 athlete on the bike, 1 athlete on the air runner, 1 athlete holding the bag, 1 athlete doing the double unders. You can only do double unders while the athlete holding the bag is holding the sandbag. Those 2 athletes will flip. Once that happens, that is a round. That happens 4 times.
This is correct. And what that means is that it's going to be interesting to see once these athletes start getting a little bit fatigued, how is that sandbag hold going to influence both your capacity to do double unders and doing well, but also how long do you have to rest before you get back on the worm? And when you're on the worm, are you going to be able to work in unison with the rest of your team?
28-minute time cap here in Test 1. The best time that we've seen across any of the semifinals so far was CrossFit East Nashville proven in 19 minutes and 15 seconds.
It kind of tells you a little bit about how hard that is, because that is a monster team. If they need 19 minutes plus to get through this, you've got your work cut out for you.
Of course, that East Nashville proven team, including the 2 women that were on the Mayhem Freedom team last year that won the Affiliate Cup at the CrossFit Games. And there is that switch. So this is still round 1. Now it is a sandbag hold for the jump roper and a jump rope for the sandbag holder.
Yep. And this is where it gets interesting, because you need to stack your team. So how do you stack your team? Do you make sure that whoever is least comfortable on the implement starts there? Or do you get yourself ahead and then accept the fact that you're going to slow your pace with somebody who's fatigued?
Butcher's Lab T-Bone here in lane 6. We mentioned that there are 6 teams from CrossFit Oslo. There are 4 teams from Butcher's Lab. 1/4 of the teams competing at this event are from 2 affiliates.
It tells you a little bit about the depth that there is in those boxes. It's not about just getting a team together. It is about getting a competitive team together. That's a whole different animal.
Pernilla Brogård Peterson is on the sandbag. That's Emil Jensen on the double unders.
And Emil Jensen competed not too long ago, the gentleman in the middle of your screen on the jump rope, competed not too long ago in the Nordic Championships of Functional Fitness, did a very good job. And I, for one, enjoyed getting to see him before he got on the floor. It's like, okay, looks like the guy's in shape. And he was.
And Emil is one of those guys that I love about team competition in particular, because especially in teams, you see a lot of people who do fitness, but they're not full-time professional athletes. Emil works in marketing and management for one of the largest jewelry brands in the world and competes at a semifinal level on a team.
He does. He does. I mean, you know it from everybody's going to tell you the same thing when you start talking to him. Being able to combine, well, family life, work, and putting in the effort to be competitive on the floor. It's like an adult version of a really super advanced Tetris.
All right, so we talked to you about the fact that each of the 4 athletes has to accomplish some work. At the end of that, you move on to these worm clean and jerks, then go back to round 2 at each of your respective implements. The first team to the worm clean and jerks is in lane 9. That's CrossFit 10K Capital out of Helsinki in Finland.
And this is where it's interesting, because you look at this from at home, and if you've never addressed a worm like this before, you're going to find it to be incredibly hard. You just need one athlete to be a little bit off sync, and the entire thing is not going to go well. You're probably going to get no rep. They really need time with that. And it's an implement that is not a lot of boxes had this to start with. And now, when you start traveling around and you go to these boxes, you see more and more and more boxes who have acquired them. And I think it is a beautiful thing to do.
100 pounds in the front, 70 pounds in the second section, 170 in sections 3 and 4. There are 6-pound spacers as well to make up the entire weight of that worm. And it is 10K Sport again, who is the first on to round 2.
Yep. And for those of you guys at home who are wondering, so what does that 365-pound convert to? That's 165 kilos.
That's what I got you here for, Mads. Asked me to multiply or divide by 2.2, and we got a world of time to figure that one out.
I cheated. I got notes. I'll admit it. And see, this is interesting. So the jump rope just got caught up in...
Is that the tape from the floor?
It could be the tape from the floor. And I got to say, I love the way he looked at it and was like, nope, not going to happen.
And you know what? I say this much about Nestori Newton here. I think he's using a smaller jump rope than is comfortable for him because he had to grab his teammates. So this is a heck of an adjustment, not using a properly sized implement.
That is a huge adjustment. It is, his entire rhythm is going to be off.
Watch it catch the tape. Okay, so his foot brought it up first, and then, oh boy.
Yep. And what it does, as you said, it will mess with the entire rhythm of what he does.
I got to be honest with you, too. If you participate in CrossFit, who hasn't done something of a similar nature?
Oh, God, everybody does. If it's not getting caught on something behind you and you're like, I wonder why I'm not putting these together today, and suddenly you realize you're close to the pull-up rig, it's the rings, it's somebody else. Yeah.
I was going to say, it's somebody else.
Yeah.
You'll hear about that one.
I'm always going to blame somebody else, whether there's anybody there or not.
You can see the worms having been advanced on the left side of your screen to round 2. Those are all of the teams that are now back on the right side of your screen, including in lane 3, CrossFit Oslo, the Pink Panthers. They are currently in second place in the heat. One of the 6 Oslo teams, almost all of them are named after colors. That all dates back to the fact that the #1 Oslo team is named Navy Blue. Why? Because the captain of that team's favorite color is navy blue. He put it in the portal when he named the team, and the rest of the box has followed suit.
Well, let's just say it was a recipe for success. If it works out really well for your team, I would be perfectly happy with being whatever color.
37 in Europe out of quarterfinals.
And look at this right now. Like they're taking a lot of time on this transition. I would have liked them. I understand the need to rest. I understand all of that. But I would have liked there to be a little bit more of a sense of urgency in that transition. So interesting fact here as well as at the judges briefing this morning, head judges were going through the fact that if an athlete is leaning back excessively or bending their legs while they're holding on to the bag, referee's hand will judge, and none of the double unders accumulating during that time will be caught. You saw it right there, middle of your screen.
And you can even see that lean back here for 10K Capital in lane 9.
And whether you're fatigued or not, so that's Emil right there from Butcher's Lab T-Bone. He's shaking his head. He's going, no, I'll hold on to this, puppy. You're good. But you are going to see this now in the early heats, but it's going to be a lot more predominant factor in the later heats. Or not in the later heats, in the later parts of this test.
As this test wears on, what's the toll, Mads, that this takes on you? You can see the way that Pernilla is kind of hustling through and putting effort into that 800-meter run, but she's not as fresh as she was 8 minutes ago.
No, she's definitely not, and I think that's the beauty of this test. It taxes everything. It is your hamstring, it is your hamstrings, lower back, shoulder, ability to grip, and then after that you need to go out there and have everybody work in synchronization on this worm. That is a challenge.
I'll be honest, I said that was Pernilla as well. It may have been Camilla. They are identical twins on the Butcher's Lab T-Bone team, and they're wearing the same thing.
I think you are excused in that case. If you're identical twins, then guess what?
And it is 10K Capital that advances to the worm clean and jerks for the first time here in round 2. 10 repetitions.
But here comes Oslo. So they're not even 1 rep ahead of Oslo. So
They felt that pressure a little bit. Make sure you get that worm up, not to surrender the lead.
So they are a rep and a half ahead of Oslo right now. And now we also have the Butcher's Lab T-Bone steak, T-Bone team out here as well.
I know where your mind is at.
Oh, it's impossible not to go there.
Oslo Pink Panthers are led by Bjornhar Hoff in the front.
And if you look at your screen right now, what you're seeing is that the Butcher's Lab team are cycling through the worm clean and jerks a lot faster than everybody else. What is really important about this is that they don't look like they're expending too much energy. They're really good. They've got really good synchronization on both the lift and the push overhead to the opposite shoulder.
Hand is in the air for 10K.
See, we talked about it a little bit earlier, the difficulties you can run into with the synchronization on the worm. And the worm is a trap. Now in lane number 9, first team to get there, but not the first ones to get off. We now have Butcher's Lab ahead of Oslo, Oslo ahead of, 10K Capital. 10K Capital being the first ones to the worm.
So once again, the athletes returning to these various implements and rotating through. The order goes double unders to the bike, to the runner, to the sandbag hold.
And Joe, I've got to tell you, this is where it gets really interesting. So 10K Capital obviously did great on the run, the bike, the double unders, and the hold. They did really, really, really well. They got in a bit of trouble. How do they negotiate their way out of that? Do they come back together as a team, or do they not necessarily implode, but do they keep on struggling with what happened?
Sandbag is down, so the double unders have to stop. And this is where Mad's communication becomes big, because make sure you take a big enough break that you're not going to pick the sandbag up and have to immediately put it back down.
Absolutely. And there's a difference between how much you have to rest and how much you want to rest. So that's the thing as well. You need to know how much you need to rest in order to be able to operate again, but you also need to get out of your own head with like, oh God, I'm tired. Because they should be.
Peterson twins on the sandbag hold and the run. We've got Jeppe Frausing here on the double unders. And Emil Jensen is back on the bike. Each of the athletes going through one of these movements. And we don't typically bike for meters in affiliates, although that might, maybe I've never been to one that bikes for meters, but if you're curious, for a calorie conversion, ballpark, you're looking at about 56 cals for men, 40 some for the women, if that equates it more to what you would do on a daily basis at home. Back to the Oslo Pink Panthers. Currently in second place here in the heat. Mads on a very critical first day because you kind of jockey for position coming out of quarterfinals. That's an online competition. It's in your own box. Yes, the better teams will rise to the top, but you do have some good teams that will be in the 20s and 30s, ranking-wise, coming into semifinals. Have a great day one. Get yourself into those later heats.
Absolutely, both for the both for the team dynamics overall, but definitely also because, well, setting yourself up now is going to save you from potential catastrophe further down the road. So make sure you get out of the get a good start to everything.
Having to break a little bit here on the double unders. I loved the eyebrow raise in there. Frausing just puts the bag down. He was hanging on to it saying like, should I put it down, or are you going to go back to work?
You sure about this? I don't need to rest yet, but maybe you do.
Back to that jog. Other than like pure grit, Mads, how do you hold a 200-pound sandbag?
Oh God, I love that you ask. So the thing is, if you can interlock your hands and then kind of pull it towards your chest and then tilt backwards just a little bit, still within what you're allowed to, obviously, you're going to find this to be a lot more comfortable than if you try to grab it and you can't interlock your fingers or your hands. What he's doing right now is great. In a perfect world, I would have loved for him to grab it just a little bit further down so that he gets that elbow joint a little bit down to the middle of the bag. Yeah.
The double under numbers here, 150. It's 800 meters on the assault L runner and 2,500 meters on the bike.
And for those of you guys who have not been on an assault runner this way, it is a completely different beast to running outside. What it does is it means you need to find that place in the groove where you put your foot down in order to kind of get your speed. Now, where that is going to depend on the length of your stride, how much you rotate your upper body, and from there on, you can kind of tilt forward or lean back a little bit to either speed up or slow down. If you haven't done this before, it's a bit of a challenge, and it fries your hamstrings excessively if you come down too far, because then you need to pull that band all the time instead of stepping into it. So if you're used to it, it's great. If you're not, it's a challenge.
Matt struggling here through the double unders, although T-Bone on the right side of your screen will advance to their third round of clean and jerks. With all of the work you're accumulating, how difficult are double unders at this point, considering the fact that you've probably already gone through the runner and the bike and you've taxed your legs for 15 minutes?
Well, the truth is the double unders aren't that hard. The problem is just lactic acid in your shoulders and neck, so your coordination gets a bit shot. Usually what happens is that you'll start touching the outside of your foot with the rope, and that's when you know it's like, no, I need to stop now for a second.
That voice in your head starts talking, you clip your foot, and you go, no, don't break now.
Yep, and then you start moving your hands around a little bit. So it's not necessarily super hard as such. It's just coordination is going to play tricks on you. But look at the middle of your screen right now. Again, you've got the Butcher's Lab team right here, and they're cycling through this worm really, really, really fast. So they've only got 3 more reps to go before Oslo even make it onto the worm.
Emil Jensen with the long hair leads the way in the front here for T-Bone. Been coaching CrossFit at Butcher's Lab for a couple of years, in addition to his full-time job, and now picking up the worm. Is everybody ready? Teamwork, don't waste any energy.
That's exactly, I mean, you could look at this and go, oh, that's failure. I can't look at it and feel that way. If you grab the worm and everybody's not ready and you step off before you start lifting, that's a team that's been working together. That's a team that knows how to communicate.
How good is the best time across all semifinals so far? It is about 2.5 minutes away, set by CrossFit East Nashville, proven in week 1. So if Butcher's Lab here on the left side of your screen can finish an entire round of work in the next 2 minutes, they are in the clear for the overall best score worldwide.
That's such a nice way of putting it as well. But I think these guys need to remember one thing is, like, these records are great, but they're competing with everybody here this weekend. Yep. So don't necessarily go out and chase those guys. Go out here and chase the guys you are either competing with in previous heats, or for these guys where there have been no previous heats, go out here, make sure that you make it as tough as possible for the heats to come.
All right, watch what's happening on the left side of your screen. Adrian Conway in week 1 on commentary dubbed the 4th sandbag hold the Grim Reaper. And maybe the worm is the same thing as you get tired at this point. How hard is it to hang on to something this heavy when you have nothing left in the tank?
It is literally impossible. It's like holding on to, I don't know. It's like when you watch a kid on the beach, they grab a fistful of sand and then they're like, they want to show you, and they come up and they open their hand and there's nothing there, and you're like, this is awesome. This is exactly what it is. And it's funny because you said the sandbag is the Grim Reaper, absolutely. But the worm is just a big stick.
And honestly, I don't even know. Watching the twins here, it appears as if the double unders are the thing that's causing the bigger problem.
It does, and I think that's what we talked about before. It's just you start getting fatigued, and you start feeling that rope being a little bit off. You're seeing her elbows come further and further back, which is typically a sign of your neck and your shoulder getting fatigued. And as soon as that happens, you start feeling that rope not doing quite what you want it to.
I do believe that is Pernilla who's on the sandbag and Camilla who's on the double unders. I mean, double unders are a problem here for the Pink Panthers as well. I appreciate their outfit coordination with their team name, by the way. Question will be whether or not they upkeep that for the next 5 tests.
And double unders that way is like anybody who's done Annie or anything like that. You start getting out of breath and you start telling yourself, I can't jump anymore, but you can always jump a little bit more. I'm not saying that to belittle the effort we're seeing out here on the floor at all. I'm just saying that I know that voice from the back of my head oh, you need to rest. You can't do this anymore. It's like, you can always do another. As Christine Holte would have said, you can always do another burpee. I'm saying you can always do another double under.
I might beg to differ. Sandbag is down here for the Pink Panthers. And back up for Butcher's Lab T-Bone. Also, Mads, how critical is it where you grab the sandbag? Look how high the arms are right there.
Grabbing it that high is just, it makes something horrendous even more horrendous. I would love to see that grip come down a little bit further. Also, she's holding onto her fingers right now. If she brings it further up, that's going to allow her to use the length of her arm just a little bit more and interlock her hands. Interlocking her hands is going to be, well, it's going to make it a lot less painful.
The sisters changing back here. And yes, it is Camilla who is now on the sandbag hold, and Pernilla who is on the double unders.
And it's kind of, it's treacherous this way, because if you grab the bag and it comes up too far onto your chest, you're going to feel like you're suffocating and you can't breathe. But if you hold it too far down in your stomach, you can't breathe all the way into your lungs, so you're basically hyperventilating. So it's like, which ones of these two evils would you like? Well, here you go.
And you can see almost the yoga breathing. Not as if you had a choice 20 minutes into this test, but would you go for quick, short breaths, or would you go for trying to kind of slow your heart rate and breathe deep if you can?
Well, if you can, what I'd like to do is just slow your heart rate down a bit, try to get your breathing under control, but it does require you to be used to holding the sandbag that is these exact dimensions. If you hold on to something that's a little bit smaller at home, it's treacherous because you're used to the weight, but not to the object.
That's a smart arm chalk.
Yeah, that's a smart move. As soon as you start getting sweaty, you're going to feel it slips. So that's Matthias Berg. That's a good move. Oh, and look at how he's locking his hands as well.
That's how to do it.
That is a good hold. Like I said, in a perfect world, grab it just a little bit further down, but that is a good hold. Interlocking his fingers that way. Slight lean back. Squeeze in between your shoulders rather than flexing the elbow joint. I like this.
Seasoned team athlete, 7th the German throwdown in 2021 with the Oslo Wolfpack 2. Matthias Berg.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Crawl into your head, breathe.
And you can see the twins communicating with each other. For Butcher's Lab T-Bone between the sandbag hold and the double unders. As we close in on 22 minutes of a 28-minute Heat 1, Test 1. There are 7 teams that are somewhere on their 4th and final round in this test.
And here's that worm waiting for him.
10 worm clean and jerks after your final round of work, and then to the finish. That'll set the time to beat. And the hand is in the air. Final reps here for the Petersons. Their men are done on the machines behind them, and the women are done as well. So 10 worm clean and jerks await what will be a time to beat here for the Butcher's Lab T-Bone squad.
And remember how fast they have been in the past. This has been where they make their move. On the worm, they've just been cycling so much faster than everybody else.
Butcher's Lab T-Bone has such a rich history. Butcher's Lab as an affiliate itself has been to the CrossFit Games 4 times.
It was one of the first affiliates in Denmark as well. They've had a bunch of seminars, they've had competitions, they've had everything.
Now the Oslo Pink Panthers have 3 of their 4 athletes and are basically saying, you know what, we're good with second place here. Chance to grab your breath if you're Matthias Berg.
At the same time, they need to remember we've got 3 more heats coming up, so every second is going to count. 2 more reps here right now for Butcher's Lab before they get to finish. Last one. Nice.
And the time to beat unofficially will be 23:33. And now it's the Pink Panthers. They'll have the second best time to beat. We are going to have the cap be a factor.
It is.
For a wide swath of this field in Heat 1. Hand is up for 10K Capital as well. And that is a no rep as the worm just fell off in the front.
And here we go. So that's Oslo Pink Panthers to the finish.
24:08 unofficially. And there are 3 reps left for 10K Capital.
I think for a lot of these teams, running, not the problem. Biking, not the problem. Holding on to the bag, yes, that's a challenge, but it's not unknown. But the worm.
And holding on to the worm here.
Yep.
Is giving Nuntinen all sorts of issues, and now you've got to restructure the worm so you can pick it back up.
It's just a lot of costly time.
And
here they go.
Are done.
10K are done.
3 teams. I feel like they ran one, is what you probably feel like.
Yeah.
Aptly named here in this opening test. There is still one team that has not begun round 4 of the worm. Everybody else is on their 4th and final round here with 3 minutes left to go.
Got one more rep. Okay, so now we have in lane number 10. Lane number 10 looking to be the 4th team to finish us with, well, they've got 2 minutes and change to go.
And this was the last team into the field.
Torredonbacka. Not sure if I said that right, and if I didn't, I am sorry. But they are on the way to finish, yeah.
Mads, if I can be honest, like, you're the pronunciation guy this weekend, so.
Well, I get it wrong, and I do know that, but yeah, I try.
Torredonbacka is in this field because BFG team training, that's Zach George's team, is not here. So that late opening of the gate gives them an opportunity, and they'll have one of the better times here in the opening heat of test number 1. Still 2 minutes left to go, and only 4 reps remain for the Spaniards. Led up front by Arno Batalla. And on the final rep here of these 10 clean and jerks, the team does have some experience from the Madrid CrossFit Championships, and they put it on display here at the Europe Semifinals. They finish in about 26:30. Lane 7 is CrossFit Senegalia.
Oh, and it looks on the floor like somebody's just annihilated these guys.
The Italian team here from all over the north of Italy, kind of a northern Italian super team of sorts. They're led by Andrea Barbati.
I gotta say, I really like the way that you get to, and here they go for come for the finish. I really like the way that they're able to, that athletes or boxes are able to compile these super teams. Let's see what they've got. And it also, for the community at large, it brings different boxes together. So rather than separating where a box becomes, they're not necessarily, there's an animosity, but you get to train out of the boxes, find other athletes, build community. This is what we're all about.
And now it becomes about getting how many reps you can get. 20 seconds left to go, and in lane 2, Vandal Gym, that is a veteran CrossFit Games affiliate, trying to pick up as many reps on the worm as possible here in the next 13 seconds. That can become huge for placement as we go through the next 3 heats.
And here's Studio CrossFit as well, trying to get at least 1 rep, but no.
Well, we expected a lot out of CrossFit Oslo and CrossFit Butcher's Lab. 10 of the 40 teams in this field are from those 2 affiliates, and we started it out that way in Heat 1.
10K came out just guns blazing and took a really, really early lead. They were looking really, really strong. Then one of their athletes got a little bit into trouble on the double unders, had to change the jump rope, and I think that got him into a little bit of trouble. But the big differentiator was what the T-Bone team did out here on the worm. They were cycling so much faster than everybody else. Towards the end, a little bit of trouble holding on to the sandbag, and also with the double unders, not stringing huge sets together. But for the last 2, everybody else was just way back in the rearview mirror.
So Butcher's Lab T-Bone could use one right now with a Heat 1 win. Our first day in Berlin, Germany for the Europe Semifinal here at Max Schmeling Hall. We're going to send 10 teams to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, and it all starts here. Heat number 2 of Test 1. Mads, it's 4 rounds, but oh, it is so much more than that.
Oh God, yes it is. It's the Echo Bike 2K for ladies, 2.5 for men. It's an 800-meter run. At the same time, there's a bear hug sandbag hold, 150 pounds for the female athletes, 200 for the male, and 150 double unders. Those two will then switch. And after that, the entire team will move on to 12 or to 10 worm clean and jerks. The time cap is 28 minutes.
These are the second group of 10 in a field of 40. We already saw Butcher's Lab and Oslo in Heat 1. We're going to see them again here in Heat 2. We'll also see C23, that is the affiliate home of the program, one of the big training camps in Europe.
Going to be really interesting to see them. There's a lot of athletes. I know John Singleton's been doing a great job at C23. It's going to be interesting to see their team effort because we've been seeing a lot of their individual athletes over the years.
Håkon Leknes to start things off here for Oslo Rebels. Again, one of the 6 teams out of the Norwegian affiliate.
But we were just talking about Oslo being colors. What color is a rebel?
It's a mix of red and blue, plural. Well, jokingly, they had purple-red last year, and Håkon Leknes said, I just picked a team name that meant nothing because I knew it would agitate my teammates. Purple-red's not a color.
That's such a great reasoning, though. It's like, yeah, how do you argue with that?
Listen, like there are some teams that I'm sure sit down there and pick the perfect name and others that just type what comes to mind.
And they just happen to become perfect. I don't know what happened. This is just how I work. I'm brilliant that way. It's like, Rick, thank you. So here's the Rebels team, middle of your screen. No, that's not your Rebels screen. I'm sorry. That was the C23 team. Those are the disciples of John Singleton.
You got the Rebels on the bottom in lane 10. The far right corner of your screen here. Håkon Leknes is on the bike. Henrik Peterson is clinging onto the sandbag. Sinna Björklund and Anaranda are the 2 women on that team. I believe you've got Björklund right now on the runner for 800 meters.
There's a lot of switching going on right now between the sandbag holder and the jump rope, which is awesome. But the interesting part is going to be who will be the first team to make it to the worm, and is anybody even remotely close? Because it was pretty close in the first heat.
Now we get the switch of the double unders and the sandbag. So one complete round is one athlete on the runner, one athlete on the bike, and then the athletes on the bag and the double unders have to do each implement.
Yep.
That's one round, and then we head to the worm. Nice good high bound on those double unders.
And that's another one of those things that are interesting. I can't say one is wrong or one is one is right, but you're going to see some athletes just cycling faster, not jumping as far, saving themselves just a little bit, and others will jump higher, being more relaxed in the shoulders and the arms when they're whipping the rope.
You're going to get some good pictures of people holding the sandbag throughout the course of today. Folks from C23. Andrea Valenciano. And she'll take a break. 86th in Europe in the individual quarterfinals. Just outside of qualification for herself on the elite side of competition, the individual elite side. It was her best finish in quarterfinals.
So we've got Butcher's Lab Flick out here on the worm cleans there, right side of your screen, as several other teams are making their way out here as well. So we've got both Yellow Belly, we've got West Leeds, Shire Fit as well. And remember in the first heat, who were the best team on the worm? Butcher's Lab. So this is another Butcher's Lab team.
And I think this is probably the best Butcher's Lab team. The grouping on the right side of your screen there, Butcher's Lab Fleck. It's a CrossFit Games team from a season ago. They were competing under a different flag last year at the CrossFit Games. CrossFit 2150 out of Nordhaven in Denmark.
Yep.
Copenhagen area.
Yep.
But you've got Victor Muntor and Frederick Studa on the guys' side, Mia Furu and Astrid Peterson on the women's side. They've been here before, and I think probably are a team primed to catapult themselves into the final two heats heading into day 2 of competition.
I agree completely, but what I really love to see right now is just the way they handled that worm. It was as efficient as the previous team. So obviously they've got the implement in their box. Obviously they've been to big competition. There is no stress. They're just going out there and executing very well right now.
Everybody else working through the clean and jerks here. 10 of them before they can advance that worm. That indicates that they've moved on to round 2 of their work.
Interesting move here. So athlete from Butcher's Lab on the right side of your screen with the red shirt, long sleeved shirt. Why is that? Because it's easier to hold on to the bag. So that's Stodu. I love that. I think that's interesting.
This unit has been together as a unit of 4 for a very long time. They were a semifinals team in 2021. Obviously, we said they went to the games last year. The question of whether or not they would go for it again this year was a legitimate question. They decided, though, it's us 4 or bust. If one of us drops out, we drop out. It was a commitment to one another. So from a communication standpoint, from a strategy standpoint, they've got their heads in the right place.
They sure do, but it's also, I mean, that's what teams are about. That is where you run into trouble if you build a team off of one profile who kind of gets other athletes who will feed into that team. I would say normally that's a problem. We do have an exception. There is one team that have done that very, very well. But otherwise, you need to have a team commitment.
Yellow Belly CrossFit is over in lane 3 going to work here. And for more on Yellow Belly and Keelan Coleman working on the double unders, we say hey to Lauren Smith.
Yeah, cheers, guys. So this is a team out of Wexford in Ireland, and this is not a new experience for them. Their 3rd semi-final and 2nd in person. Keelan and Martha, they won the RX division in Wadapalooza with a 3rd, and well, these 3 out of the 4 have been together for a really prolonged period of time, so they know exactly how they work together as a team. Ian Goulding, he's the new face, but he's also Martha's co-gym owner, so they spend a huge amount of time together. And apparently the reason why they all work so well together, they're all totally nuts, completely crazy, and that's why it works.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
Well, if it's something, if they tell you that this is the way it is, then it is definitely. If you made it up, not so much. pretty sure that Lauren has the inside scoop. She knows what's up.
Congrats to Ian, by the way, because he just had a baby a year ago. It turns 1 on Monday.
What a great way to celebrate.
By the way, you loved the sandbag hold for Frederick Studa. Those are some clean double unders by the man in red. He's just got to catch his breath.
Well, he needs to wait for that sandbag to leave the floor as well, so.
Mia Furu hanging on to the sandbag. You know, I just said that. Don't let that impact what I, there we go.
Oh, see, that's exactly what I was talking about. His jump is not as high. His wrists are going a lot faster. Elbows are locked and his shoulders are relaxed, which means he can cycle a lot faster.
Furu hanging on to that sandbag for dear life here in round 2 with Studa on the double unders. Victor Munter and Astrid Peterson are their other 2 teammates. They are a couple. They actually lived in Australia in the off-season, so their return to Scandinavia was kind of the linchpin on whether or not this team would happen again.
Not a bad place to spend your winters, though.
Could think of worse.
So here they are. Once again, have a look at what they're doing. They're communicating, making sure everybody's ready, and then get straight to work. The first 10 clean and jerks they did was just, it was surgical. And as I say that,
so interesting. Watch where Victor Munter puts the sandbag on kind of his back as opposed to his shoulder, and on the no rep, it rolled off.
Yep.
So walk me through the decision of where he lays that worm on the clean and jerk.
Well, so look at the angle we're getting like right now. This is great. Putting it on the shoulder anchors it, which makes it a whole lot safer. Rotating a little bit makes you capable of seeing where everybody else is at. I would probably not recommend putting it on the shoulder that way, also because you need just a little bit of to rotate just a little bit too much, and you've got a no rep as well. So I probably wouldn't do it, but then again, if you've done it a lot, then you probably know exactly where you want to put it.
We're 9 minutes in, so keep this pace. Figure you're going to slow down a little bit, maybe looking at a 21 or 22 minute finish here. Time to beat is 23:33 from Butcher's Lab T-Bone in heat number 1.
And so what we're seeing right now from Team Fleck is that they've extended their lead over the other teams, because they had a 4-rep lead on the worm before. Now it's a 2-rep, or it's a 6-rep, sorry, lead that they have on the other teams.
Sandbag goes up. Astrid Peterson.
Oh, that's low. That's a low carry, and she's got great long arms as well.
Now you're seeing the same pairings here because you have to rotate station to station, but remember when you're on the sandbag and the double unders, you do each of those implements in a round.
Yep.
So the next time we go through on round 4, you will see Frederick Studa advancing back to the bike as opposed to being back here on the double unders.
Yep.
So you've got Fleck now being joined next to them in lane 6 by Oslo Vamos.
And we were just talking about the how many reps ahead they were. They're 1 minute ahead of second place in this heat right now. Oh, that's smart. That is such a smart move. So resting the sandbag on your lap and then standing it back up.
I mean, it saves you so much time.
It does. It does save you time. Means you're still expending a bit of time while you're holding on to it, but a lot less.
Third place is on the left side of your screen in lane 4. That's CrossFit Bad Beast.
What a great name. Bad Beast. Just in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah, Good Beast just doesn't have the same bite.
No.
Out of Lucca in Italy. Team is captained here by Cecilia Ferrero. Made a huge jump in individual quarterfinals last year. Made a 700 spot jump in individual quarterfinals, but made the decision to go team this year. It has paid off, making it to the semifinal round.
That's a pretty decent improvement. So right now from Fleck, you've got the you've got a little bit of a challenge. That's Victor Munter on the runner. Then again, I mean, he may look fatigued, but if you look at his shoulders, still relaxed. He's still just throwing his arms back and forth. He's still hitting that runner exactly where he needs to. I think this is just an effect of working out for 12 minutes straight.
Gas tank is not going to be the issue at any point in time for Victor Munter.
No.
An elite swimming background, so it's just about kind of closing those eyes and going to that dark place, right?
So what you're telling me is that he's basically going to be happy just because he can breathe. So that is new. Hey, you mean I can breathe all the time? I love your sport. I'm going to do this.
Land what?
Yeah.
Eyes closed there for Studa.
I love how they're communicating. So Studa is actually, he's holding on and he's fighting for it. But I love the way that they're communicating right now. It's just like, let me know if you need to have a break. So he's holding on to it even though she just had a little bit of a snafu on the double unders.
You pointed out the long sleeves for Frederick earlier.
Yep.
Does that make a difference when you hold on to a sandbag?
It makes all the difference. I mean, it's just your grip just gets so much better. Yeah, it's a lot better. Now, it's still going to be heavy, and he's not going to be enjoying it, as you can tell, but it does make it better, yeah.
You know, that last shot was such a great look, too, because you could see him accordioning down to the ground.
Yeah.
Piece by piece, the sandbag taking its toll.
It is beautifully programmed. I love this test.
And how about the fact that the sandbag and the double unders are done before the run?
I mean, considering their lead, it's not necessarily a problem. What you want to make sure is that he doesn't overexert himself on the runner before they get out here. This is the important part. Is everybody capable of picking up the worm and getting to work immediately?
That is the case here for the team that finished last year 28th at the NOBULL CrossFit Games. That was under the flag of CrossFit 2150. Their coach moved to Butcher's Lab this past offseason, as too did they.
They look strong.
How about that shot? You're doing worm clean and jerks against an empty field.
Start looking behind you and going, we did start now, didn't we? Oh, for both Butcher's Lab teams that we've seen, just the worm has been really, really good.
Fourth and final round for Butcher's Lab. By the way, you can see that one worm all the way back on round one. That is an empty lane 9. We have a withdrawal from 08019 Grit Programming. That's not just a team struggling mightily. Fourth and final heat. We still have 8 minutes to go before the time to beat from heat 1. So you've now got Peterson on the double unders, working with Victor Munter on the sandbag. They will switch at the end of this round. You have Mia Furu on the 800-meter run, and that leaves Frederick Studa, as we expected, on the 2.5K bike.
So this is West Leeds Shirefit out here on the worm. So they're currently sitting in second. Leaps and bounds ahead of whoever comes out in third and addresses the worm.
Competed at the semifinals last year, finishing 17th at the Lowlands Throwdown. And I think some of those teams, Mads, are ones to keep an eye on, especially in a new format where you don't have to be in the top 5 to qualify to the CrossFit Games. You only have to be in the top 10. Now, granted, there are significantly more teams. But I think it's opened the door a little bit when you've looked towards other semifinals for teams that are trying to make that jump to find their way in.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely does. But what it also means is that you can't just keep your eye on the last heat. The entire test, there can be teams from any heat that can go out there and start challenging you. Yeah.
Especially on day 1 here, watch some teams to see who might make some noise, move themselves up into some later heats. Your leaders are on the left side of the screen. You've got West Leeds Shirefit who are now onto their fourth and final round. Very methodically moving up into second place. We didn't even talk about them until we were 15 minutes into the test.
Well, they did come out and they were doing well, but there were more teams that came into second place after Fleck on the first transition. After that, it's been Fleck and everybody else.
Jack Turner there with the phenomenal mullet. Max Camozzi is the other male who's back on the bike. The two ladies are Tara Watkins and Georgia Radley, who replaced Hannah Morton on last year's team after she went back to her full-time career in the medical world.
So Fleck are now 90 seconds ahead of number 2. They have extended their lead by 30 seconds.
So you've got Butcher's Lab Fleck on the right. They're going to have a problem with Butcher's Lab T-Bone when they go back to the hotel tonight if they beat their time to beat.
Well, probably not. I would imagine they're at different hotels, and if they're at the same hotel, it's high fives and chest bumps.
You got your leaders on the right side of the screen, and you've got some trouble on the left.
Such a treacherous test.
Bad Beast looking out on the left side. And look at the unbelievable effort going into these double unders for Tara Watkins on the right side of your screen.
Yep.
And the legs are toasted.
Legs are toasted, shoulders a little bit too far back, arms are really kind of splayed out from her body. It's going to cost you. At the same time, on the right side of your screen, black long pants, black t-shirt, Victor Munda. He's just crushing him. As I say that, he takes a breather. I'm going to start jinxing people.
Well, hand is in the air on those double unders and on the bike. The time to beat is 23:32. The best time in any test across any of the semifinals is going to come and go here in about 12 seconds.
It kind of puts that time into perspective, doesn't it? It's not like any of these guys have been standing still or not doing work.
Now, in fairness, that was kind of a wheelhouse workout for East Nashville Proven, but still, they're throwing down the gauntlet as one of the teams to beat once we get to Madison. All of these teams saying, we'd like to join you. Fleck here on their final 10 clean and jerks with Munder in the front. 3 other teams on the 4th round. You can see where the worms lay on the ground.
Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the previous heat. The worm is a trap. It's easy to get caught up on how hard it is to hold on to that sandbag, because it really is, and how much work you need to do, pacing on the bike, pacing on the run, and just kind of overlook the fact that, oh, it's just 10 worm clean and jerks. No, it is also 10 clean and jerks. But 2 more reps here for Fleck.
They're going to have the time to beat by an entire movie trailer. 2013 unofficially. Now it becomes interesting to start to build out that leaderboard here and see what the times to beat are heading into Heat 3. How many other teams can get in ahead of Butcher Lab T-Bone from Heat 1?
Well, we did see a bunch of you called it, Joel. You said I think the time factor is going to, the time cap is going to be a factor, and it really was in Heat number 1. It looks like it's going to be the same in Heat number 2. Oh, I love that face. It's like, yep, hurting, but I'm going to do it with a smile.
Tara Watkins, if you close your eyes, it doesn't happen.
That's right.
Yeah, you just go to your happy place, and the test is over.
Asking for a friend, is that the same with consuming pizza? If I close my eyes while I did it, the calories don't count?
Not a registered dietitian, so I'll abstain.
This is not financial advice. Okay, back to what's on the floor. So a bit of communication going on with Shire Fit right now.
And is that Watkins discussing potentially, hey, where is the sandbag placement? Did it come down onto my legs? Just making sure, especially as you're tired, Mads, that you're not setting yourself up for a costly no-rep.
Do not make any assumptions. Communicate, communicate, communicate all the time. Because if you make an assumption it's wrong, you expend a bunch of energy that you're going to need a little bit later. So, no.
Watkins was a former individual competitor on the sanctionals circuit back in the 2019 season, competed at strength and depth. one of the smaller athletes we'll see across the teams, and you can see the head judges getting involved now. I have to imagine there were some questions on the leverage Watkins had on the bag at all 5'1".
Quite possibly. Federico Biasetti, who is one of the head judges, doing a great job of being proactive and just like having that conversation.
It's the lean back.
It's the lean back.
Well, this Leeds CrossFit ShireFit team, they're the same returning team that we saw at Lowlands who came 17th. And you were talking a lot about Tara Watkins, but actually Georgia Radley, such a handy woman to have as part of your setup. She was a games athlete with AOD Fitness in 2021, so she has that experience. She's got a 180-pound snatch in the locker, and in the semis last year, she hit 18 clean and jerks at 80 kgs, so she's got a huge amount of strength as well. And looking up there, heading back onto the worm, and hopefully unofficially taking second in a heat.
Georgia also has a 6-month-old golden retriever named Barney, who is the official gym mascot. But that's equally as important as the heavy snatch.
That is definitely the kind of athlete you want to have in your team. It's like having a Swiss Army knife when you don't know what tool you're going to need. I mean, this is just really, really helpful for the rest of the team.
Bad Beast has come on to the worm now in their 4th and final round, joining West Leeds.
And Bad Beasts are cycling just a little bit faster on the worm here, the left side of your screen, than the ShireFit team.
I mean, Bad Beast looks fresh, Mads.
They do.
We have just now passed the time to beat from Heat 1, 23:32 from Butcher's Lab T-Bone. So now you're going to start to incorporate at least one score from the earlier heat. Oslo Pink Panthers didn't finish in second until 24:08. So that means that West Leeds has to move here. You got to try to get in ahead of them. Valuable points potentially going off the board, and they're going to go off the board. In fact, the points are going to go off the board here. Bad Beast catches West Leeds.
They do. We talked about it, and we can't talk about it enough. The worm clean and jerks are a trap. And now in the what is that, lane number 2, we've got Bladen. Bladen CrossFit are about to finish up as well ahead of ShireFit.
Team from Bladen on Tyne in the UK. And ShireFit tries to gather themselves, and I wonder how much of it looked like the bag was falling in the front, and you can see the height difference between Tara Watkins and Jack Turner.
Exactly, and the least, I mean, you really don't need a lot of you can't get out of sync very much before it affects the entire thing. And now everybody's tired as well, so it's just like, okay, guys, let's try to do this together. So once you get tired, communication becomes a challenge.
And CrossFit Sport, all the way down on the other side of the floor, you can see West Leeds looking down that way, has also made it to the worm. So too has Oslo, although they're having issues at the bottom of screen in lane 10 too. And there's that switch for Oslo, moving athletes around.
Yep. I'm suffering right now with ShireFit. I know that feeling. I've been on the worm where things start going south, and it is not a pleasant thing. Great athletes who've been doing really, 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 really well all the way, and then you get to the end, and this is what you're faced with. They're probably not happy right now, but they did do a really, really good job.
Still with 2.5 minutes left to go before the cap. And they do make it across the finish line before a couple of the other teams that caught them.
So we got CrossFit Sport down there in lane number 1 as well, putting the finishing touches. Right now, they are, let's see, is it Sport or is it going to be Rebels? Rebels.
It's Rebels, the other Oslo team, one of the other Oslo teams. And now here comes a legacy team in Sport, 3 times a Games affiliate.
CrossFit Sport, ever since there was CrossFit in Europe, CrossFit Sport have been there in some way, shape, or form.
Well, that is a tough way to clean and jerk the worm.
And once again, the switcheroo.
Taking a look at Bad Beast here that Lauren talked about earlier. Jan Lucchesi and Frederick Husen.
Oh.
And Lucchesi just took a costly spill.
And that's the thing. Once again, I don't know if this team has access to a worm in their box, but if you don't, this is the kind of thing that happens.
Minute 15 left to go before the cap here in test 1. Matt, it's almost like a drop of exhaustion. Watch this bag fall.
It was better this time, but the other time, as soon as you find the bag falling down when it's not in sync, so it's not the entire bag that hits like that right there.
The jerk never got over.
That's when you know that something probably happened during the way, and it's not necessarily just fatigue. It can also be did not get all the way over. Somebody came over a little bit late, so the synchronization is off. There you go. That's better. Yep.
1 rep, 30 seconds. Make it good here. And Bad Beast can get in. That is a very difficult clean. Oh. And Lucchesi bore the brunt of it to help Bad Beast finish ahead of the cap. Oslo Vamos in the black lane 6.
And they're doing everything right. We talked about it before. Every rep's going to count, so go all the way to the buzzer.
And they'll probably finish with 8 reps. There is the buzzer. That is a good rep. And it's Butcher's Lab going 2 for 2 in heat wins.
It is. This was all about the CrossFit Butcher's Lab Fleck. I mean, they came out, did great on the worm, cycling through faster than everybody else, which is what got them a pretty early lead. Once they got that lead, they held on to it. Going through double unders like it was nothing. Fast circling, not a very high jump. Then on the run, didn't look like everybody was having a great time out there, but they kept it going. Same thing on the sandbag, even though it got really, really tough, just holding on to it and making sure that they did not lose, but extend that lead over everybody else, which got them to this point where there's nothing ahead of them and nothing behind them. They're all alone out there finishing in style.
You still got another test after this thing. This is the start of competition. There are your results. 2013 is the time to beat for Butcher's Lab Fleck. And then Bad Beast will be in 3rd place right now, finishing behind T-Bone from the opening heat. That sandbag isn't making very many friends, but it is making some phenomenal Instagram content. Heat number 3 is coming your way here in Berlin in just moments. Welcome to Europe. Welcome to Berlin, Germany, Max Schmeling Hall. Test number 1, heat number 3 for the teams. Tickets to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games are on the line this weekend as we take a look at the work that lies ahead.
It is 4 rounds of some echo bike work, an 800-meter run, bear hug, sandbag hold, and 150 double unders. After that, team moves on to 10 worm clean and jerks. They will do so for 4 rounds. Time cap 28 minutes.
It has been a factor, Jigs.
It has.
Take a look at the start list. Oslo Blackout in lane 7. maybe their best team outside of Oslo Navy Blue. And right next to them in lane 6 is CrossFit Aylesbury, back after being disqualified because of a drug sanction last year, but they were a games team in 2021.
They were an awesome-looking team. They did get hit with a suspension for one of their athletes using PEDs. They're back with 3 members, 1 new member, and I'm looking forward to seeing them go out there and do their thing this year again. It was a pleasure watching them last year, so yeah.
26th at the games, Owen Roberts, Maddie Harris, Charlotte Spence, all returning. They have added Jamie Lowry to the mix this year. Aarhus CrossFit here in lane 10, next to Surbiton in lane 9. They, like Aylesbury, in the yellow shirts, that's a team that went to the games in 2021. Very good. Did not make it last year, so a redemption story.
I think there are a lot of teams where we're kind of seeing either the entire team come back after a year where they've been off, or you're seeing teams that have picked in one other athlete but maintained the majority of the team. And obviously that's going to give them a bunch of experience. You just kind of feed in a new player, but there's a lot to kind of go from. Instead of, okay, we all need to get to know each other. We all need to learn how to communicate with each other. We all kind of need to learn our strengths and weaknesses. If you have a team that's been playing with each other and then you just add one more player, you're probably going to be doing pretty well.
You can only do double unders while the sandbag is being held. So that regrouping moment here in lane 6 for Aylesbury. Lane 3 on the left of your screen is Blueprint CrossFit AOD, also a previous CrossFit Games team.
And if you're just joining us at home and you're looking at that sandbag going, oh, that's not that bad. It's 150 pounds for the women, so it's 68 kilos. It's 200 pounds for the men, so it's 90 kilos. So it's not just like this little bag of groceries.
I'm gonna put that in perspective for you here, Mads.
Please do.
150 pounds for the ladies. That is the equivalent of holding on to a full beer keg.
I'm pretty sure somebody out there is going, oh, got it.
200 pounds for the men at his peak. Fittest man in history, Matt Fraser, weighed 194 pounds. Figure he's fully clothed. It's like bear hugging Matt Fraser while your teammate is doing double unders.
That being said, I think he's probably easier to hold on to. No, but it is a huge factor. Some athletes out here are perfectly comfortable with it. You get a little bit of a laugh, but it is a challenge, especially as you're looking in the middle of your screen right here. If you can't interlock your hands or grab your own wrists, this is a challenge. Because what that means is you need to flex your elbow joint, your bicep is gonna get smoked, and guess what, where are you gonna need that bicep? Well, on the double unders, just for, not for the extension of your arm, but having that not kind of being matched to your tricep is gonna get you in trouble, but also on the clean and jerks on the worm.
All about pacing here 3 minutes in. So what we know is going to be at minimum a 20-minute test. Best time worldwide so far was just under 19:20. That was by East Nashville Proven. And we talked about him in yellow. It is CrossFit Surbiton, who moves on to the 10-worm clean and jerks for the first time.
At the same time as you got Aylesbury out there as well. And here we got Aarhus coming out as well.
There's Surbiton. Not only, by the way, is Surbiton a former CrossFit Games team, they're pretty darn good. 4th in 2021. So talk about not only a return to this level of competition, but they're trying to re-cement their name. Harrison Bell, Tom Watson, Karis Webster, and their captain, Grace Lilly. The captain is in the purple.
See, this is when you need to kind of look at the form. How fast are they picking it up? What we've seen in the previous heats is that whoever has the fastest cycle time on the worm will win.
But Mads, I would counteract that curiosity in round 1 because it seems like it's a workman-like controlled pace. So they feel confident in the way that they're moving. Maybe that speaks to the fact that, hey, at the end of the day, they'll be the ones that are there. They haven't come out hot.
Well, I think yes, but I think what it is the less energy you expend on the worm, you're going to be able to put into whatever else you're doing. And I think that's what it really means, is if you're effective on this, you're not going to be super fatigued when you get back to either the bike, the run, or the double unders. So this is lane number one. This is Vidor Crossboxen, and they were the first ones. Currently in the lead.
Sorry, can you say that one more time for everybody at home?
Vidor. So yeah.
I'm going to go with 2:6.50 for the duration of the weekend.
26:50. Hvis der er nogen, der sidder derude og ikke rigtig ved, hvad det betyder.
I agree.
I think you should. For this, just for one time, Joel, I promise not playing games. Vidor. But Surbiton's male athlete on the bag right there, looking very comfortable. Look at that. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Just breathe, get in your head, make sure you communicate. It's Tom Watson right there. Love what he's doing.
Tom Watson. Harrison Bell is riding the bike. Karis Webster, the wily veteran of this team, is on the air runner.
She's got kind of like a Paula Radcliffe-ish running style. For those of you who don't know what she does, she's like one of the best runners ever in the entire world, except she probably didn't have her belt on when she was running.
That weight belt is hanging on for dear life here. I like the efficiency, though, of making sure it's going to be there when Karis Webster needs it. As we take a look over in lane 2 at Oslo Nice, one of the six teams out of Oslo. CrossFit Mayhem last year got a ton of hype because they qualified 3 teams to the CrossFit Games. That had never happened before. Question for you, Mads. Not only will Oslo match the 3, will they get more and establish a new record in 2023?
I think the answer is yes. That box altogether. First of all, athletes gravitate to the box because of the nature of the box, the great coaching, the pedigree that has been in that box forever and ever, so they do. But also, they put great teams together, building off of strengths. So yeah, I would not be surprised if they get more.
Oslo Navy Blue is obviously the crown jewel there, finished second at the games last season. They are the, I don't want to say odds-on favorite, but they are one of the favorites coming into competition here in 2023 based on past success.
On the right side of your screen, just a second ago, we had another one of the Oslo teams, so the Blackout team. We've got Henrik Uttevik on the runner right now, and just so relaxed for such a powerful athlete. You can tell that running is not, so there they are. At the same time as you've got Vestermark Kolstad, powerhouse of an athlete out here on the double unders as well. It's one of these teams that, due to the brilliance of the Navy Blue team, they kind of fly under the radar, but they really should not. They're a great team.
Not to rank them, but we will.
I think we should.
I think Oslo Blackout is probably that next team of the 6. Obviously, Navy Blue is the icon, but Blackout is that one that could carry the banner behind them.
Definitely, because it's built on a variation of just experience, great physical prowess, but also they look like they're having fun together.
Henrik Negard is on the national team in Norway. Surbiton, Karis Webster is done on the runner.
It's actually interesting that you were just saying about Karis Webster there. I don't know if you know, but if you arc your mind back to 2021 Strength in Depth, she won the opening run event. It's very much part of her skill set. She is the new member of this team alongside Tom Watson, and she put her full-time career as an intensive care doctor on hold to really focus on CrossFit. I know you know that she's been going indie for the last few years, but this is her first experience on a team, and it looks like she's loving it.
Bless her heart for that commitment. That is awesome.
Became an intensive care doc in 2014 there, Lauren. And yeah, did go part-time 4 years ago, studying for her master's and working as a CrossFit athlete.
So remember the last time on the Worm, it was all about lane number 1, or not all about lane number 1, but Vidor and Crossboxen, they were the leaders. And look at that right now. So we have in lane number 5, they're catching it, they're being caught up with by Kastane Tolosan Kasta. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, but they are doing an amazing job at catching up. So Vidor have been challenged, but also lane number 5 got right back to action, just gripping and ripping, going right after it. Whereas Vidor, bit of a stroll, taking it easy, going back. The t-shirt says grudge, grudge. I don't know who that poor person has a grudge with, but I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end.
It's the sandbag, Mads.
Oh, in that case, we're good. So here we get in the middle of your stream, Vidor crossboxing. So they're back at work, but they did take a bit of a breather going back there.
Joachim Riding, team's captain, is on the sandbag. That thing is going to be white from chalk by the time we get through heat number 4.
Isn't that Daniel Jepsen?
Yes, you're right. Riding is on the runner. Yeah, that's Jepsen. First and second place teams are on the left side of your screen. Third place in lane 5, CrossFit Castanet out of France. Vidor is in the blue on the left, and Oslo Nice is in the green on the right. Oslo Nice is made up of the 2 women from the Oslo Purple-Red team from last year. Oslo had 2 teams at the games a season ago. All 4 components of that unit, Purple-Red, are here this weekend on various teams. Marion Johnson and Ragnar Sild are on this Oslo Nice unit.
And that's what we were talking about. It's like you asked me, so are they going to have more teams? I think the answer is yes. If you're taking some of your best teams, splitting them up and marrying them with other athletes with potential, what do you have? Well, we also talked about that. You need experience and you need some kind of fire coming from other people coming in. You've got it all.
New leaders are the French team. Ranked 11th. So the best team in this heat out of quarterfinals, Castanet Tolosan, out of Castanet in France.
Look at the female athlete of that team right now holding onto that bag. Just like, she looks very comfortable. Once again, interlocking her hands. I've said this a lot, but I think it matters. And then she's got a pretty good grip, pretty far down on the sandbag, which means that she can hold on to it with her back.
I don't know if you noticed it too, but on the air runner, the arm went up in the air, as if to say, the cue to your teammates, here's where I am if you need to speed up or you need to slow down so we can all pace off one another.
Man, this is, I love to see a team that works in unison that way. They've tried it out at home, they've seen what other teams have been doing, and they're going out there and really just giving their best for that test.
Johan Gijord was on the bike there for the French unit. He is their captain.
And Johan Gijord is one of these guys. I mean, for the longest time on the individual side of the house, he was pretty much, you know, you knew that you were going to get a barbell. You knew that Johan was going to be there.
Well, he's going to get that opportunity by the end of the week.
No, but it was awesome because he's been there for so long. And once again, experience. You can't buy that. You need to go out there and get it. You need to get it on the competition floor with this kind of opposition.
Another look here at Nice. That sandbag is just eating up Ragnar Sim. I mean, she's doing a great job to absolutely woman handle that thing, but she is not the world's largest athlete. It almost looks like she's taking a nap holding the sandbag.
Well, she's being really, really smart. I mean, she's positioning herself so she's not taking too much of a beating on her lower back. And as we say that, the Casta team in lane number 5 are out there maintaining that lead, which they took over from lane number 1 on the far side of your screen, or left side of your screen now. Crossbox, and they've been the fastest on the worm so far, which has been where they make their mark.
It's only a 1 rep difference here between Vidor on the left and Casta on the right.
And Vidor still cycling as fast as they were on the first time they were on the worm.
I mean, look at the way that this sandbag pops off the shoulders for riding in the front.
And as to your point, look at the way it comes down. Schmack, everything comes down to the ground at the same time, which means synchronization is in order.
I mean, the time to beat.
And as I say that, I
an
jinx these poor people. I should stop saying things like this. Or maybe not.
I mean, they've got 5 minutes to go do another round.
Well, they do, but at the same time, in lane number 5, you got Casta, and Casta are doing a great job. So a mistake like this may just have opened up the door to lane number 5.
Well, they moved through it pretty quickly. Vidor, hand in the air, drop together, good communication. Back to their 4th and final round with the time to beat at 20 minutes and 13 seconds, set by CrossFit Thibaut and Fleck.
Same thing again, though. Casta coming back, watch him jog back. Vidor still one male athlete, now he's picking up the jump rope.
It's a lot of jump rope.
It is, but I mean, they're getting a great lead out here on the on the worm. But then they're being caught up by Casta. So now we have in lane number 2 as well. That is the Nice team, Oslo Nice.
Oh, and the facial expressions from hanging onto that sandbag are gonna last forever.
Oh, God.
I mean, riding needed that break.
It's not a comfortable place to be. If it's any consolation, it is the same to everybody. Nobody out there is just hanging on going, yeah, no, I can do this for another hour if you want me to.
But look at riding's grip.
Yep.
You know, we said, what are you guys good at individually when we spoke to the unit, and Joachim riding tall guy things.
Yep.
This is a tall guy thing. If you've got the arms that can reach and lock.
Well, it's exactly. I mean, it's that in a perfect world, and I'm just going to be that guy now. If he were to open up his hands and put the palm of his hands together and then fold, because he's got the length of the arms, that would be even easier. Or even easier, but it would make it less hard. I think that's probably a better way of describing what we're seeing right now.
You've got riding on the left, Jepsen on the right, doing the double unders. You just see the hand in the air on the runner again, the communication with Mathiasen saying, hey, here's where I am, giving Freya Gravsen an opportunity to pace herself on the bike.
And one of the things that I know that some of the athletes I spoke to before said was, when I get on the sandbag, I will be looking at my partner, but I will always also be looking at the clock on the floor. And then I'm just going to try to go for it, hold on, be on one side for X amount of seconds, other side X amount of seconds, and make that the task.
I was going to say, when you approach the sandbag, do you go into it with a plan, or do you go into it and hold on until you can't anymore, or until you're X% close to fatigue?
On week 3 of this, where we've seen so many other teams go through this test, I would definitely go in with a plan. Week 1, you can still have a plan, but it hasn't really been tried and tested for that long. Now, you know.
I mean, there is tired and there is personality. At least it's fun.
Oh,
well, never mind.
Well, some are having more fun than others, let's put it that way.
Now you've got to switch. Joachim riding will move to the double unders. Morten Arnesen still hanging on for dear life in that green shirt in lane 2. It's almost nice to spot yourself on the video board while this is all happening. It gives you that mental break.
Anything that will give you a break should be welcome at this point. So lane number 9, Subaton Motion, looking like they're moving into second place. Had a good start. Just kind of been doing their thing, not getting too caught up with the rest.
That's Harrison Bell on the double unders. Former Royal Marine Commando in the UK. And maybe the best all-around athlete for this team. And he's got enough composure that he can do double unders and watch the field. Although it caught up with him for a hot second. And look at Karis Webster not putting the bag down and saying, get up and do more double unders.
Well, sometimes you just need that kind of kick.
We've passed the time that East National Proven set in week 1 as the overall best time. But again, if you're on this floor, you're not competing against that time. You're competing against, right now, the 2013 time to beat. That's going to pass by the wayside, too.
Yep. We talked about it before. Don't just look at the last heat. Look at every heat of these tests.
Especially on day 1.
Okay, so here's Casta. Casta have overtaken Villon. And so this is the black team, the Oslo blackout team from Oslo.
But that no rep is costly. Now, Casta does still get the worm up and accomplish 2 full reps before Oslo Nice gets to the worm, but it is about a now rep lead on these 10 final clean and jerks.
So it's Oslo Nice, Oslo Blackout, and the Casta team right now slugging it out for the heat win.
It's Nice, Casta, and Blackout, top of screen to bottom, in the black shirts, and black shirts. Hand is in the air for Nice at the top of the screen, so too for Casta.
And now for Blackout as well.
Signifying the final 5 reps. You have 1 rep left for Nice, 1 rep left for Casta. The worms hit the ground simultaneously. Oh. That will be very close.
Photo finish.
That'll all come down to who was wearing the chip timer.
Now Blackout needs to just get the last one done because you still have Blueprint CrossFit knocking them out really fast as well. There you go.
The chip timer was on one of the women for each team. Obviously, you have a male positioned at the front of the worm.
Oh. That's going to be interesting. We are going to have to see how that pans out. Vidal, right here in the middle of your screen. 5 more reps to go.
That chip timer is on the first woman across the board for all of these teams.
Here you go, Vidal. Wow.
The time to beat was 2013. It will still be 2013 heading into the 4th and final heat. And that 4th and final heat will be star-studded. It'll be our first look at Andre Houdet's No Shortcuts team. It'll be our first look at one of the favorites heading into the CrossFit Games. Certainly they need to qualify first. However, Oslo Navy Blue has a ton of hype here in 2023. They are soon to come as well.
Well-deserved hype, but let's just make sure that Andre Houdet doesn't think he can fly under the radar for this weekend.
Yeah, we'll get into that. That was a fun commentary by Andre Houdet in the expectations department.
A little cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Subotong Motion finish up as well. We still have plenty of time.
This is going to be our best heat as far as percentage that finishes. Cap has really taken a toll, but we still have 4.5 minutes left to go until the cap here in heat 3. 28-minute time cap. It is 28 minutes because Adrian Bosman, programming this test, wanted all of these teams to either have to finish the work or come as close as possible to finishing the work. This is, Mad, supposed to wear you out early.
Exactly, and it gives everybody kind of the same fatigue to move into the rest of the test. I think it's a smart thing to do. I think with the format of starting out with teams on Thursday, we're capable of doing so without ruining anything. I think it's brilliant.
And if you make this a 22-minute cap, you have a whole bunch of teams that are capped way early, don't do as much work as your teams that would finish in 19 or 20 minutes.
Yep. A little bit earlier, I think I said that it was, here we go. So now Blueprint running to the finish. That was Nijmegen a little bit earlier. I was incorrect.
Blueprint AOD, a former Games team. The black and red at the bottom of your screen is Aarhus. The Commanders with Holger Schwartz in the front. Out of Aarhus in Denmark. Very close at semifinals each of the last 2 seasons. 8th at the 2021 Lowlands, 7th at 2022 Strength and Depth. Of course, 5 teams qualifying out of each of those semifinal events. Could this be the year for Aarhus? Holger Schwartz and Jeanette Nielsen have been together for years, competed together in Dubai, a lot of team experience. You add in the pieces of Victor Scott and Maria Fredriksdottir, and could that be a recipe for success?
Well, we're definitely going to have an eye on them for the rest of the weekend. We have been told that they are a good team and that they feel good about this. So, yes, let's keep an eye on all this. That's Aylesbury right there, middle of your screen.
They were one of the teams that we spotlighted off the top, trying to earn a games ticket back that they earned each of the last 2 seasons. And, of course, disqualified after semifinals last year after a drug suspension against one of their teammates. 3 of those athletes have been on a successful Aylesbury team before. They added Jamie Lowry this year and are looking to get back to Madison.
Well, we've got another 90 seconds.
Butcher's Lab Bjornfar.
Bjørnefar, I'm happy to see them out here on the floor. It's just an awesome team. Frederikke Møllerup, Silja Silo, Tobias Brühl, and Mads Ertling. It's just, I just love seeing them out here. And I just think that it's the coolest team name out there. Bjørnefar.
What does that mean in Nordic?
Bear Daddy.
I'm so happy I asked that in real time.
I'm sorry I couldn't come up with a better way of describing it. I'll just translate it directly. Aylesbury, middle of your screen, looking to get as many reps as they possibly can within the last 50 seconds.
Well, the interesting question will be, can you get all 10 clean and jerk reps in 50 seconds? Certainly not at this pace.
I was going to say, you're going to have to cycle a little bit faster.
Yeah, you'd have to move.
And that's the thing, you can't really, hey, I'm good to go. Doesn't matter. If anybody is not good to go, then you as a team are not good to go yet.
And that worm, Mads, is moving around a lot. Just the effort up front to have to duck underneath and make it a good rep.
And also the risk of when it does come down like that, that you have to kind of straighten it out and spend energy on that. You don't want to do that.
15
if it
seconds.
can be avoided.
Owen Roberts leads the pack. He's got Charlotte Spence right behind him and a no rep with 5 seconds left to go. And I think that'll do it for Aylesbury. They and the Bear Daddies will be kept here in Heat 3.
There you go, that's Kasta. Kasta came out and won, and they've got to be pretty happy with that. So let's have a look at what happened. Right from the beginning, you had Hvidovre on the left side of your screen, and you had Kasta on the right side of your screen, and they were kind of slugging it out for the lead to start with. Hvidovre a little bit faster on the worm to start with, Kasta moving just methodically through it. Hvidovre ended up with 2 male athletes on the sandbag on the double unders, which was their strategy, but it was taxing. You could tell that they were struggling just a little bit. Then, after that, Kasta moving on to the last clean and jerks, and we saw them coming out to a lead. Then Hvidovre, or Nice, CrossFit Nice came out of nowhere and caught up with them. You see Kasta struggling a little bit right there on the worm. And I think they probably thought they had it, but then they started getting challenged, breathing heavily, getting closer. We're CrossFit Nice, and look at the slow right here. So it all comes down to whoever has the chip timer on their foot. Kasta comes away with the win, but they were pushed all the way.
It is a difference, Mads, of 12 hundredths of a second.
Which is literally nothing.
My goodness. Only one team has finished in under 21 minutes so far. That is Butcher's Lab Fleck from heat number 2. Heat number 4, though, is up next. Berlin, Germany is the site of the Europe CrossFit Semifinal en route to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Alongside Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith is our reporter down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. Glad to have you with us over the course of the next 4 days. 3 days for the teams. It starts today. Test 1, Mads, it's 4 rounds.
4 rounds of echo bike onto and a run, bear hug, sandbag hold, 150 double unders. They're going to do 4 rounds of that in between each round. It is 10 worm clean and jerks. The time cap is 28 minutes.
Recipe for success brought to us by RP.
First of all, stack your team. Make sure that everybody starts where they are least comfortable so they will have strength when you get to the end and the worm is a trap. We've seen it for so many teams in the previous heats as well. This is where you can make it, but it is also where you can break it.
Let's say hey to the third member of our crew. Hi, Lauren Smith.
Hey guys, you're totally right. The worm is a trap, but let's talk about these sandbags. We have 150 pounds for the women and we have 200 pounds for the men. That's 68 kilograms and 91 kilograms. It's going to take some strategy. You want to put your strongest athlete last, or potentially the one with the most mental strength. As you see, everyone's getting ready around me. I was chatting to Adrian Bosman earlier and he was saying that body language is everything. You are looking at a winning team if they're happily sit there, bear hugging that sandbag, because they're going to be able to go straight out onto the worm and pick it up, and that's the key to it.
Lauren, thank you. Take a look at the 10 teams here in our final heat. CrossFit Jeunesse was a podium team in 2021, although did not make it to the games last year as some individuals went to the individual division. CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue, they were a podium team in 2021 and 2022. Mads, are they the champion in 2023?
I think they could very well be. I think they're going to be challenged all the way by some very capable teams out there, but yes, they are the favorites to be so.
Fourth and final heat begins as Eivind Dalleringard leads the way for Oslo Navy Blue. Right in the middle of the floor in lane 6, navy blue tops and red bottoms. They're next to the team in black and gold. That is No Shortcuts CrossFit. And this may be the single best quote of anybody coming into semifinals. We spoke to their captain, Andre Houdet. And Mads, he said, we're a rookie team. Nobody is putting any pressure on us. We're not on the radar. We'd like to be the dark horse. And he is the only person who thinks that.
I know, every time that we have talked about these teams leading up to this, we've said, let's just keep an eye on No Shortcuts. Because these guys, this is a competitive team. Lots of experience, lots of great athletes. And then they look at themselves as rookies. I think that is interesting. And I'm sorry to disappoint you, Andre, but here's what's going to happen. We will be keeping an eye on you throughout this entire competition in every single solitary test.
Andre Houdet is on the double unders on the left of your screen. Dalleringard is on the double unders on the right. Leona Richter is on the sandbag hold for Navy Blue, and you have Julian Kromashvitz on the sandbag hold for No Shortcuts. You talked about how you structure who goes where when. You put somebody who has their weakest movement on that movement early.
Well, let's just say I would do that. I would make sure that you get to do what you feel you're the weakest at when you are the freshest, and then you just conserve some energy as you go through. Because as we've talked about before, everybody needs to complete their task before the team is allowed to move on to the worm. And so if you're waiting for somebody who's fatigued too early and then make it onto something they're not as capable of, then you're going to find yourself waiting longer than you want to.
Oslo Navy Blue on the right side of your screen. Take a look on the back of Leona Richter's uniform here. We're 2 minutes into this competition, and if you want to know the biggest difference for Oslo Navy Blue from last year to this year, it's that word right there. Krieger Training, Kristen Holta is that team's official coach this season. They'd always kind of consulted with her in the past, but she has taken a much more dedicated role in helping them reach the top of the podium here in 2023.
And I mean, one of the things that you need to remember as well is, yes, she does that, has a host of experience in competition, but also Krieger as a platform, as a coaching program, is a consortium of a lot of experience. She's not the only one.
I will say this too, Krieger Training was not the only suitor for Oslo Navy Blue this past offseason. There were other training programs that wanted them in the mix. They bear the Norwegian flag here in 2023.
Well, and they do so with pride. I can't imagine other programs to be bidding for it as well. Being like, you know what, you're decent. We could probably make you really awesome. How about you join us? I like that they stuck with what they know works, which is a great, great, great team. They took some in-house competence that is world-class, by the way. It's not like somebody just showed up and goes, hey, I'm great, and then developed from that. I really like that. But look at this. All these teams coming out pretty much at the same time.
That's wild, Mads. It's been one team ahead of the pack the first 3 heats, but half the field just moved in sync.
Yep.
That's almost like somebody just opened the Brandenburg Gate and everyone walked through.
Well, that has happened.
Several times.
So on the left side of your screen, that is Trondheim, another one of these Norwegian teams just out there crushing it. On the right side of your screen, you've got, well, everybody else chasing them right now.
Just a multitude of games experience. From the top of your screen down, CrossFit Porti, the Finnish team, was in Madison last year. You mentioned Trondheim. We talked about Genas. No shortcuts, obviously a rookie team, but tons of game experience, and it is Trondheim that advances that worm on to round 2 first.
They did look very comfortable on the worm. So here we got Oslo Navy Blue advancing the worm, running back. And I love to see that, the entire team running back, understanding that these transitions are important. In 3rd place right now, you've got the Walleye team also running back. Now you've got Prestanda running back. It's just, these teams all know that in order to be in contention, you need to hustle.
Trondheim on the left side of your screen. That is Matilda Garns' home gym. She, of course, now trains at Oslo. But the foundation laid by one of the great Norwegian CrossFitters at the moment. And it's a very different roster than the team that went to the games last year and finished 29th. Only Var Thurman Moe returns, but a great start to their first 5 minutes at semifinals. Just easy looking double unders from Richter. She takes a break on the right for Navy Blue.
And also on the right side of your screen, you got Sam Stewart, you got Joshua Wichtrup on the sandbag hold for the Walleye team. Just so happy to see Sam out here as a part of a team as well.
It's an interesting dichotomy between the teams that are flanking Oslo Navy Blue. You have a super team with Andre Houdet we talked about in lane 5, and then you talked about Sam Stewart in lane 7. You've got some super teams that are challenging what is a true affiliate team. Everybody that is competing for Oslo Navy Blue in lane 6 went to CrossFit Oslo, started CrossFit, came up through the system. They are a homegrown team, and if they were to win the affiliate cup, Mads, would be the first truly like homegrown affiliate team. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think dating back to Invictus in 2014.
I think you're right. I think we do have to go all the way back to then, just based on both the rule book, but also because things were different back then. But yeah, it would. So we're starting to see a little bit of challenge right here. This is the 1,000-meter stair. This is the pain face. I'm just going to start giving these different names, but no. But this is Nikolai Biledal, and this is the. I can hold on for a while if you want me to. I think we're good.
This is right in the wheelhouse of Julian Kromoshvitz. He hasn't even started.
It looks more like bothered. It's like you can just keep going. I'm good. Or
he would like Rogue to wheel out the heavier sandbag as they did at the games last year.
Looking at his judge, I'm holding on to the right sandbag. Am I right?
Nikolai Biledal was trying to get those double unders speeding. And now he has his rhythm.
Yep. Funny to see the different techniques and approaches, because if you look at Joshua Wichtrup on the right side just a second ago, he was a lot more relaxed, but didn't stop. Nikolai Biledal going really, really fast, but he's had a couple of stops so far.
Lena Richter looks almost at peace holding the sandbag.
She does, but she needs to be really, really recognizant of those knees. I mean, there's a little bit of a bend to him right now, and if she bends a little bit further, that judge is going to tell her. You can tell he's got his eyes on him right now.
Oh, look at the bag slipping, and it does drop in time. All good there for Jorgen Skevik. And now we'll go to the worm clean and jerks. Trondheim was the first to begin round 2, and they may be the first to end it as well.
I think they've extended their lead, yeah. The answer is yes, they have.
We said that Var Thurman Moe is the only returner from this team that qualified for the games last year. Var is second in line right now. They're an interesting group. They were put together by their coaches and include Tobias Opdahl, who lives 1,100 kilometers away, a 2-hour flight. They really have to get together and plan when it comes to training.
Okay, so now we're starting to see a bunch of different teams that. So if you look in the middle of your screen right now, you're going to start seeing teams that go touch and go on these clean and jerks. We have not seen anybody do that in the past. Question is that going to burn too much energy when they get back to the run or the echo bike?
The old CrossFit adage, just because you can doesn't mean you should, and we'll see how pacing plays off in the back half of this test.
That being said, I would not imagine No Shortcuts CrossFit to do anything like that without having tested it in training, knowing exactly what they're doing. And what it allows them to do is catch up with Trondheim.
Some might say there are no shortcuts, Mads.
Some could. Andre Houdet would tell you that.
Figured we'd get the pun out of the way on day one. The worldwide time to beat, and again, that bears no impact on the competition today, but it's just the best time in any semifinal. 19:15 by East Nashville proven.
And so interestingly enough, so first place right now, we still have Trondheim, followed closely by second, No Shortcuts. So they're firing it up for that. So here we go. So if you look at the right side of your screen right now, they were, oh, that does not look good. Nikolai Bilodal's back is not in a good place. This is interesting. I hope this is just temporary, but oh, this could be a big thing. You see him right now, middle of your screen, having a bit of chat, and I think Nikolai Bilodal's lower back is not doing super hot.
And I think he still has to hold the sandbag again in the next round.
I think you're right.
Boy, Ingrid Hodenmere, the two ladies for Oslo Navy Blue look like they've been holding sandbags their whole lives.
I don't know what they haven't been doing their entire lives. It's just like amazing athletes. Is there anything that they can't do?
Mads, you've talked about different ways to grip the interlocking fingers. Ingrid's got a vice on that thing.
Well, she does, and also, generally speaking, I'd say she's holding it a bit low, but at the same time, there you go. So there you go. Picks it up just a little bit. If she can hold on there, squeeze in between her shoulder blades, get a little bit of a tilt backwards, she is going to be fine.
Back over to No Shortcuts. Julie Hogard Nielsen and Ninki van Overveld are the two women there. Var Thurman Moe is double undering for Trondheim in the lead right now.
So the fight is between Trondheim. Well, it's for Trondheim right now to hold on to actually that first place. But I mean, they're getting, it's hard work. I mean, they're getting challenged left, right, and center. We also had both the Walleye and Prestanda team come back right next to each other as well.
And this is an incredible start for Trondheim based on the fact, remember we told you Tobias Opdahl lives a 2-hour flight away. When they train, they really have to plan. They also had some family things arise that have made it hard to schedule training sessions together, and they've had things to deal with outside the gym that they didn't want to go into too much. And we respect that side of it, but it makes planning it so difficult. And the thought process coming in, what we were told is, listen, we haven't tested everything. We're kind of going to go and show up and see what happens. And oh boy, we're 12 minutes in, but this is a good start and it puts you in the right mental place.
It does, and I mean, it is sometimes that's exactly what you need. You get to a point where you're just going over small points and you're just working too hard on them instead of just going in there and getting work done, because at the end of the day, that's what you need to do. So look right now at the runners. This is what we've been talking about before. Teams that are going to be comfortable on the runners are typically going to do very, very well. What you're looking for right now is relaxed shoulders, chest up, and a pretty fast cadence on the foot. So Hannah Carlson right here, middle of your screen, she's doing a great job of doing exactly that. Bigger athlete using the assault runner to her advantage, but that is exactly what you need to do. Get your chest up and just keep going. So here we go, no shortcuts. Coming out side by side with Trondheim. Remember, no shortcuts, went touch and go on the last set of clean and jerks on the worm.
Their captain Andre Houdet in front, and they're taking a second, and you can see watching Trondheim, so they're pacing themselves off the field right now. And again, no shortcuts, touch and go.
Wow. This is a huge differentiator. If they can hold on to that and maintain the pace that they had in mind, that is awesome. In third place now on the floor as well, next to these guys, you have the Prestanda team. CrossFit Prestanda, Victor Longsved, who had a bit of trouble last year on the Nordic team and didn't get to go to the games, collected another team, and it is an awesome team at that. But look at no shortcuts, middle of your screen, jogging back. The worm is the decider.
No shortcuts, back in first place, and we talked about Nikolai Miladel with his back maybe acting up on him. Here he is having to hold that sandbag again, and Navy Blue has fallen way off pace.
Oh man, I am suffering with Nikolai right now. He's such a powerful athlete. That should really not be a problem to him, which means that something is off. Yeah.
Well, it was on enough for Navy Blue to now advance to the worm, as Trondheim is now moving in second place, but Oslo Navy Blue is in 8th in the heat after that.
And the team of rookies that nobody had heard about before, no shortcuts, are in the lead.
Well, no one's talking about them. They're very underrated.
They're completely anonymous.
Oslo Navy Blue.
Yeah, something is definitely off. They're not doing good. God, I hope it's not the end of the weekend.
And I think Nikolai just looked at Even van Ringdal and said, hey, I think we might need to switch at some point.
Yep.
Or Ringgaard, sorry.
Yeah, this is not the team that we usually see. This is...
They're midway through on only their third round of clean and jerks. And the facial expression on Richter on the back of that worm, I think, speaks 1,000 words.
Yeah, it does. And you know that Nikolai right now, the only thing he wants to do is ignore the pain, keep going, or whatever it is he's feeling right now. I'm just assuming that it's pain. All he wants to do is that and contribute to his team. But, you know, some things just can't be ignored. No shortcuts. Andre Houdet. If Adrian Bosman was looking for whoever was not bothered by the sandbag hold, this is your man, Andre Houdet.
Also, can we just talk about what an absolute beast Nanke van Imperveld is? She's been to every CrossFit Games since 2018, and she comes into this team off the back of having experiences on so many others. She was with the Surbiton team in the UK. She was with Zarus Training Culture only last year. This is a woman who has a huge amount of experience of walking into teams and making them work, regardless of the country she's in. She's actually moved into the apartment with Andre Houdet, I believe. So he's basically living on the side of the gym, but she's a little bit nomadic, but she really makes it work.
Yeah, Lauren, Andre has an apartment built on the side of his house, which is also attached to the gym, so literally never has to leave home to work out and train every day for no shortcuts. And Nanke van Overveld, Mads, was not even the first choice. There was a list that Andre Houdet had built together. The first woman that he called outside of Julie Hogard Nielsen said, I can't commit to it, but you need to call this Nanke.
Yep.
They didn't know each other. Andre said, I called her, she was in, that was it, we were done, great fit, it's worked out perfectly.
Obviously it works out perfectly. I mean, it's not just that she as an individual contributes with athleticism, she works in that team.
And the belt is going on. Ninke's like a team's assassin. for hire.
But we did talk about Swiss Army knives. This is like, I don't know, Swiss Army machine. It's just, it is anything you need. If you need a moving part in your team to make it work, there you go. Who are you going to call?
The Ghostbusters.
This is true.
19:15 is the overall best time in any heat of any semifinal. I don't think No Shortcuts is going to best that. But what they most certainly, I believe, will do is have the best time at this semifinal.
It was 2013
It's
so
coming up
far
quick.
from heat number 2.
Boy, Butcher's Lap Fleck, if No Shortcuts doesn't hurry up though here, this is a long break, is going to throw down the gauntlet early on day 1.
Yep. Love that they're in heat number 2. Just go out there, do your thing. You'll find yourself in contention.
That Rotherham jump rope is getting dangerously close to our judge's head though for No Shortcuts. We'd like to thank FitAid EU for fueling our athletes and fans with their recovery drinks, and us, Mads, all weekend long.
Well, thank you very much to FitAid. I'm enjoying myself a little bit more just because of that.
There's a couple behind us, if you...
and in front of us as well.
Vartherm and Mo has been in better places for Trondheim on the left of the screen.
And something has happened on the floor, ladies and gentlemen, in lane number 8. We have bottom of your screen right now, yellow t-shirts and one black top. That is CrossFit Prestanda. So we did talk about them a little bit earlier. They have absolutely hauled something.
They were hanging back.
They were in the 3rd place position, but they did save the best for last. So if they can maintain good speed. Also, Trondheim have moved ahead of No Shortcuts. So currently in the lead, CrossFit Prestanda. 2nd place, Trondheim.
They just got a no rep though. Alex Alebro, a veteran games athlete in the black no-co shirt at the front of the order.
Well, Alexander Elebro, he's been to the games with a bunch of different teams from CrossFit Solid. He's been there with, well, you name it. You've got Hanna Karlsson, individual athlete, been to the games. Victor Longsved hasn't been to the games, but he's pretty much a staple at regionals and high-level competitions in Europe. And you've got Maria Langfors, also amazing athlete. And here they go, finishing.
Well, Prestanda is going to win the heat. They will not win the test. That belongs to Butcher's Lab Fleck from all the way back in heat 2. And now the question becomes where all the other puzzle pieces fit. Trondheim looks like they will finish 2nd, but they've got some work to do here on the worm. And that is a good rep. Trondheim is across in 2nd place in the heat. No Shortcuts, again going touch and go. Staggered a little bit back in the center of your screen.
Yeah, they need to move the worm back in now. Bunch of different teams right here on the cusp, and there you go. Let's see, that was lane number 3. I think that was Jana. And here you go, that's Rotherham.
They're done in 4. No Shortcuts is done in 5. In lane 7, Walleye is finished. I mean, the cap was an issue in the first couple of heats. It has not been a factor at all here in heat 4. I mean, there are some teams, Mads, that are still well behind, but they have 6 minutes with which to work.
And so now, just now, we have Oslo Navy Blue finishing up. I would love to know what's going on with, because that is not the team we know. And I hope that Nikolai is all right.
It is unofficial, a 12th place finish in event number 1, 7th in the heat in 21:48.
Another one of the teams we were kind of looking at is lane number 1, CrossFit Porti. They have not gotten the start that they were looking for. Still working right here in the middle of your screen.
And Mads, you can see the judge pointing to his shoulder, looking to make sure these are good, clean and jerks.
Yep.
And that extra deliberate pause on the jerk portion.
We still have, I think it's three reps left, so that's 2, yep.
So Porti with 1 more rep on the worm, and then there are two more teams that are still out on the floor working with a 28-minute cap. Porti is 8th in the heat. And that leaves us with two teams side by side in lanes 9 and 10. With 5 minutes still to go, shake those legs out for Nikolai. And this is the thing that we're going to have to watch over the course of the weekend. Lana Richter being a good teammate, checking on Nikolai, and even trying to make sure the leg pain is gone.
That's what it's all about. If you want to be a team when you're doing good, you need to be a team when you're not doing good. Regardless of their effort and whether they're happy with it or not out there, this is exactly what good teams are made of. Good people who actually care for each other.
In the blue is Aorta. And the black is Butcher's Lab Krieger. That blue team is the home team. CrossFit Aorta is just a couple of miles from here in Berlin. Actually worked out there earlier in the week. Had a partner named Max. I said I was going to semifinals, and Max goes, oh, Anna makes butter. Anna Donauer is the leader of this team on the right side of your screen. Her nickname is Anna Makes Butter. It comes from an old fable of two frogs, Mads, that are in a bucket of cream. One of them gives up and drowns. The other one keeps churning. The butter turned into cream, or the cream rather turned into butter. The frog was able to climb out. So it's the mantra of when things get hard, keep churning. You can climb out of any situation, and Aorta climbs on over to the worm.
I love that. What Aorta needs to remember as well is it exactly what we were talking about earlier as well. Don't stop going, because you're still comparing your result to the other heats. So, I mean, you may be last in your particular heat, but if it's a fast heat, you could still be ending up in exactly the place you want to be.
24:48 is the time right now. You've got about 40 seconds until the next time comes into factor. That would be for 22nd place. So you could still have nearly a top half finish if you mosey here.
And once again, remember, we've got 10 teams that are going to be moving on.
3 minutes left to go for Aorta to make some butter.
I love that, dude. That is, speaking of names, that is an awesome name. Suddenly just makes sense.
Final rep, and the German crowd letting the home team hear it. Donauer across with the chip timer in 25:30 unofficial. And now it comes down to Butcher's Lab Krieger, one of the 4 Butcher's Lab teams. They were seeded 10th coming out of quarterfinals, and they too will finish. The entire heat is done in about 25:50, and even though that's last place in the heat, it's still going to be good for 22nd place overall.
But I mean, honestly, this heat was a fist fight. It was dog eat dog out there. I mean, they started out, we saw all the teams moving on to the worm pretty much at the same time. And from there on out, we were all looking at no shortcuts, and we were looking at Trondheim. No shortcuts made it out to the worm on the first ones. Pretty fast, they started going with touch-and-go repetitions, like you're seeing right now, which kind of got them into contention. They led for quite some time. We were wondering if Trondheim were going to be able to catch up with them. But hey, by the way, let me introduce you to CrossFit Prestanda. They ran out here on the last ones and made a move on the last run, double unders, and the Echo Bike, and crushed it to end up with a heat win. Not a test win, but a heat win.
And Prestanda finishes behind Butcher's Lab Fleck. That time to beat from heat number 2, and it was significant as well. Prestanda does very well in this test and in this heat. Those are your first 10 scores, your top half scores. You can see Oslo Navy Blue there in 12th place. They were the favorites coming in, and they are the storyline after test number 1 as well.
I'm interested to see what's going on with them.
Yeah, the second best team from the games a year ago, as Lauren Smith is working on catching up with Navy Blue.
I am indeed. Cheers, Joel. Even, I know this is not exactly the way you would have liked to start. What went wrong out there?
So it didn't go as planned or as we've done in training, so we're not going to bring any excuses, but Nico's been feeling sick over the last week, and I think he really felt it today. And when one guy suffers, it drags the entire team down, but we know that this 6 events, we just have to place top 10, so that's the goal, but obviously we had a great season last year, and we want to come here and prove that we are worth the hype. We've got some attention on us over the last couple of months. Of course, this is painful, but we just got to eat and recover and try to execute on the next 5 events.
What we did see, though, when Nicola, you were struggling, is that you all banded around and made his life far easier. How important is that for you as a group? And has that come from the time that you spent together over the last 3 years?
So I've just seen the movie Fast 10 at the cinemas, and everything is about family. So Nico is family, so when something like this happens, we just gotta stick together and support him and make sure that he doesn't feel that bad.
Well, we look forward to seeing you guys keep doing that over the rest of the competition. Well done, guys. Thank you for talking to us.
Lauren, thank you. And let's be honest, things went bad for Navy Blue. If the competition ended right now, they would be out of a qualification spot by 6 points. Well, they're going to be okay if they can stick with it.
Well, absolutely. But I mean, there are 2 things I really kind of want to take away from that conversation. First of all, they have nothing to prove. The hype is definitely real. And secondly, that is what a team is all about.
Test 1 in the books, halfway gone on day number 1 for the teams. Test number 2 still to come from the Europe Semifinals here in Berlin.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games European Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Strivey, elevate your remote coaching to the next level. GoWOD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And Food Spring, the brand for healthy, functional fitness food with great taste.
This is the guy right here that I told you about, all right? This guy, when anyone walks in here and they tell me, I can't do this, I'm like, this is the guy. Go talk to Henry.
When I think of CrossFit, I think of Henry. And when we opened these doors, that's the person that I wanted to serve.
The day I walked into CrossFit Mentality, I could not air squat to a 45-pound plate on top of an 18-inch box. You could imagine what it was like for me to just get out of a chair, stand up.
I remember him telling me that he hadn't climbed a ladder at work and he couldn't even remember when. And even going downstairs, he was holding on to the railing and going down sideways.
At that time, I really thought that this is what getting older was, you know, and obviously I was very wrong.
There you go. So instead of pulling right to here, I want you to try to pull a little bit higher across your chest. There you go. Let's get one more big pull. Nice, and relax.
I think the most important thing when you have somebody that's walking into your gyms is you got to build the trust and you got to explain to them what your goal is. And when Henry came in, I told him, this is going to change your life, but you need to trust me and you need to show up.
He happened to be in the lobby when I came in to basically sign up for my on-ramp, and he just had a short 30 seconds with me, but he said something to me that I'll never forget. He was asking me how I feel and why I'm here, and I told him I have some bad knees and maybe we could correct it. And he looked at me and said, You stick around here long enough and you probably won't need knee replacements, and the man was correct.
Focus today is going to be trying to improve our positioning on our squats. So what we really want to do is get the ankle nice and warmed up along with the hips and everything else. And then the more we can get this elbow down towards this toe, you can see that knee's starting to track out. So it's going to open that up for that overhead squat here today. Dude, you're clearing your feet so well now. Like, that looks easy. That looks easy, bro. That looks easy. That's what I'm talking about.
He's always got a smile on his face now. And I think he's just happier and hungrier than ever, because once he started to see that progression happen, it was so life-changing. He's like, I want more, I want more, I want more. And he just kept investing and doubling down.
Oh, now you're just showing off. That is awesome. Nice, dude. All right, so look at the difference here now. All right, and then even on this next one, when you brought your hands overhead, that was...
I didn't want to scab my nose. I mean, when I came to mentality, it was like I jumped on a train and all that just changed. And every day was better. You know, all of a sudden I could do this, and all of a sudden I could do that.
One more set, last one.
Getting to see the progress over 5 years of just nonstop work, showing up, not missing, and doing the things that he needs to do, and then getting to see how it changed his life. That to me is like winning the CrossFit Games.
Cool, that's all I got for you. Good job.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it.
Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
You know, if you're interested in the games and you find yourself really captivated by what's going on there, truly what you're interested in is the CrossFit philosophy and method. And you should know that you've got a ton of amazing resources available to you. I mean, check out the main site, look at the old journal articles, dig in on the website. There's content every day that's posted on CrossFit.com that helps to bolster your understanding of what you're seeing unfold at the pinnacle on the field of play. I would encourage everybody that's a fan of the sport to dig in, find a coach, go get your hands dirty with this stuff, and it really does enrich the experience for you. Not only in your life, but your ability to enjoy what you're seeing in front of you. And as an extension, I mean, man, if you're interested in the games, you're interested therefore in the method, go get your level 1, go check it out. You'll find that everything that's expressed at the level 1 is the bedrock of what you're gonna see in the expression on the field of play.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she going to do it and what's that going to look like? I don't think it's going to look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0.
Oh no.
And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes. That's Mel.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone. Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath. He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it. Here we go.
It's the CrossFit Semifinals. We are in Europe, Berlin, Germany to be exact. It is Team Test 2, Heat 1. He's our European ball of knowledge, Mads Jacobson. Lauren Smith is down on the floor. My name is Joel Gadet. Event number 2, different kind of test. Test number 2, different kind of test than what these athletes went through to start off the day. And it's a 15-minute AMRAP, Mads.
It is 3 synchro muscle ups, 1 on the rings, 1 on the bar, 5 synchro thrusters. After each round, add 2 muscle ups and 5 thrusters.
Start list for the lanes mimics what we saw in test number 1. We won't reseed until tomorrow. So the same 10 that competed in Heat 1 of test 1 will compete against each other again. And Butcherd's Lab T-Bone had that great performance earlier.
They did have an amazing performance. This is an entirely different test, so let's see whether they can deliver on all sides of the spectrum.
How does the gymnastics play in here? Now these have to be synchronized, ring muscle ups and bar muscle ups. The only caveat about who must do what, Mads, is that each member of your team must do at least 1 ring muscle up.
Exactly, and if we're going to call this a test, we have to make sure that everybody has the capacity of doing everything, which is, I think, is a great way of putting this.
Now we go on to the synchro thrusters here. That's 65 pounds, 29.5 kilos, 95 pounds, which is 43 kilos. And now you tag out to your partners who will attempt that same workload. Mads, as you said, you're adding 2 muscle ups and 5 thrusters each round. So the first round is 3 and 5, then 5 and 10, 7 and 15, 9 and 20, 11 and 25 after that. I know counting is hard sometimes in the affiliate when you get into the thick of a workout.
But we all know what happens. It's like 3, 2, 1, go, and suddenly just counting becomes 1, 8, 9, 15, 31. I'm done. And you're like, no, I'm not quite sure you got all the reps.
And I mean it in jest, but I think one of the hardest things, Mads, about this test is just kind of keeping track of where you are in the moment.
It is. We've seen it, and we've heard athletes talk about it when they've tested these things at home as well. Like, that is the hard part. You get so caught up as you get tired and fatigued that you forget to count. So either you listen to your judge, or you make sure that one of your athletes is going to be responsible for keeping count.
Senegalia here, Andrea Barbati. I appreciate the fact that they put their names on the back of their shirts.
Bless their souls for that.
He is their captain, a regionals athlete back in 2015, 16, and 17. He was then hit with a sanction. He returned from that in 2022, and credit to him for sticking with it and getting back into the flow of competition.
I mean, you've got there are 2 ways of dealing with it. One is to just fade away and disappear, or you just come back and start contributing.
And right back to it, switching out and tagging in their counterparts. Gaetano Paluzzo is the other male athlete for Senegalia. Marta Riccatini and Chiara Salandra are the 2 female competitors.
I think what's going to be interesting to see here is how these different teams how are they pacing this? Because it's easy to kind of get carried away on the thrusters to start with, and suddenly that rest you get won't be enough to recover, and you then find yourself kind of staring at the thrusters in the end, or not making it all the way up onto the rig or onto the rings. So we'll have to see how they kind of play it. Also, I'm looking forward to seeing if T-Bone are going to be happy with the start they got, or if that ignited them and they're like, hey, we've got some bragging rights back at the box, we're not going to lay down.
Senegalia backing up the barbells onto the round of 15. That means this will be 7 muscle ups. They don't have to be all done on the bar and the rings. You can intermix and switch here. You just have to get the numbers done.
Yep.
Mads, for people watching this back at home who maybe have never walked into a CrossFit box or maybe have never been able to get their first muscle up, the difference in skill and technique when it comes to the bar and the rings.
Well, I think you can, I mean, I guess it's different from person to person what they find easier or not. I'd say typically being able to have a fixed object that you're then navigating yourself around in time and space as the bar muscle up will be easier than having an object that is not fixed in the same capacity, i.e. the rings. And so you're going to have to navigate yourself on top of the rings at the same time as you're making sure they're stable enough, not moving. So yeah.
Senegalia is on the left. On the right, you have 10K Capital and Torres Zambara.
And 10K Capital came out in the previous test and did a great job to start with. Got caught up in the mix a little bit, so they're going to want to redeem themselves.
Out of Helsinki, Finland. Their captain is Nestori Nutinen, who has the hat on facing us. And back to the ring muscle-ups to tag in their counterparts as Tora Zembara continues to work.
Senegalia doing a very, very, very good job here. Just being very methodical. They don't look stressed at all. And also when they get to the bar, they address the bar virtually like immediately. So synchronization is at the top of the thruster.
I gotta be honest, Senegalia doesn't care. Synchronization is everywhere in the thruster. Look at that beauty in movement.
You're like my lost brother, you know that? Because I was like, I may want to have to get to that, but no, didn't have to because you did.
And this is...
Does that make us brothers now?
I mean, I don't know if that's how it works, but I'll take it.
If I get your hair, then absolutely, every day of the week.
There is something to that, though, from a teamwork standpoint. This is clearly, if you're moving that much in sync, teams that have worked together, both in practicing this movement, but just in training together normally.
Well, there's both that, and then there's the element of expending energy. You don't want to expend more energy than you absolutely have to. And if you have to watch everywhere where you're going, like, so am I too fast at the bottom? Am I not synchronized at the top? Am I not doing this and that? You're going to get tired way faster than you have to.
Barbati there in front of us began CrossFit in 2010. He is the coach of this team as well.
So right now, lane 7 is in the lead, lane 5 in second, and lane 6 is in third.
That's Studio CrossFit and Butcher's Lab T-Bone in lanes 5 and 6 respectively. T-Bone, the team that picked up the heat win amongst these 10 teams back in test number 1.
And what we've seen on previous weekends in other regions is that this really nothing really happens. Everybody's like pretty much at the same point up until 8 minutes. At 8 minutes, form starts just coming apart. So on the left side of your screen, you've got third place right now.
That's 77 CrossFit, 77 feet out of Blanes in Spain. Handful of Spanish teams, Studio CrossFit, that we talked about earlier in lane 5, also one of the Spanish teams here. Back to Senegalia. Gaetano Pizzulo is their other male athlete on the rings. And you talked earlier in test 1, Mads, about the coexistence of various gyms and bringing teams together.
Yep.
Pizzulo is an affiliate owner, just not this affiliate.
Yep.
But you bring some teams together under the ways that the rules have been crafted here in 2023, and you build communities through some of these teams.
Exactly, and we need to remember it's not just these athletes. What happens is that the athletes from the box that you're then from will start following athletes from the other box. You'll start going to each other's events. You may start coordinating events together. This is how we grow. I love this.
Studio racing out to the thrusters. The crew that you're watching are on the round of 20. At what point do you break at this weight and at this juncture in a test?
So it's funny because I've been having this discussion, and I would say at this point, after this, you can have breaks. They need to be fast, though. You need to suffer on these things because you are going to get to rest after the thrusters. So on the next round, I would think that we're going to start seeing different teams take small breaks, but you need to suck it up, Buttercup, because it's not going to get nicer from you resting too much.
Well, it's a 15-minute AMRAP. We're a little bit past the halfway point. The floor only goes for you to get to the round of 30 thrusters. So that would be like another 2 rounds for Senegalia right now in the lead. Now they would continue working. You just wouldn't advance the barbell down the floor. But when Adrian Bosman crafted this test, he said, we'll give him space to get to 30. And Senegalia said, I'll see that and raise you this.
Hold my beer for a second.
Studio left, T-Bone in the middle from Butcher's Lab, and Senegalia on the right. And there you can see that switch. You don't have to do all the ring muscle-ups or all the bar muscle-ups in a single segment, and that's exactly what happens for studio.
And if you know that you're about to hit that wall, you've obviously tried this in training, then smart thing. Just go switch as often as you want. Remember, though, that the switches have to be fast because you don't want to expend too much time on the transitions.
Andrea Barbati facing us. Marta Riccatini and Chiara Salandra are the two women here for Senegalia. Overcame a ton of adversity because Marta Riccatini was in the hospital, Mads. 4 days before quarterfinals with a kidney infection. Still came back to compete and compete well enough that Senegalia is in here as the number 34 seed.
And now we just saw Senegalia take that little break that we were talking about. Go unbroken up until this set, and then I'd probably start breaking it. Fast breaks. This was a pretty fast break. Now they're going to have to bring it home.
I think that's a great moment as a teaching tool for people back home and their affiliates. When we talk about taking breaks, put the bar down, breathe, and get right back on it. Don't walk away.
No. We talked about it a little bit, and I think it's still true. There's a difference between how much you want to rest and how much you need to rest. You rest as much as you need, not want, because that's typically a lot longer.
We just had a no-rep call there against Butcher's Lab T-Bone in the middle. Unfazed, they just continued moving.
Which is exactly what you should do. Listen to the instruction, but keep moving. Don't drop the bar and go, by the way, did I tell you about this thing I did the other week? That's not, you don't have that time. But we're starting to see athletes come in after their rounds, and they are spent. Senegalia, though, still out there, just trucking away.
Gaetano Pizzulo right in front of us. Chiara Salandra is the woman on the bar muscle-ups. Individual competitor at strength and depth last year. She came in 17th. And is the youngest member of this Senegalia team.
Making those bar muscle-ups look very easy as well.
Out of Senegalia in Italy.
And it's all about the timing as well. It's like if you're on the bar, what you want to do is you want to make sure that your timing allows the person on the rings not to have to interrupt their kip or their descent from the rings either. So you need to accommodate for them to keep their pace. They cannot be accommodating for you.
Guys, my favorite thing about Senegalia is that they've pulled from all corners of Italy. Milan, Naples, and obviously Senegalia being right in the middle. Andrea Barbati has been an OG of the Italian CrossFit scene for ages. And I've just been chatting to their support crew, and it does have a little bit of a new look from the last couple of years. They've only started to train together this year, but it really came together when they were training out in the beautiful sunshine during quarterfinals. That's when this team really dialed in on how they work as a unit.
Always happens when you're outdoors under the beautiful sunshine.
In Italy. You know, it's like, yeah, so we went to Italy for, okay. Now they're in the right place, and obviously that has helped out immensely because they're doing very, very well.
Hand in the air for the final few reps here for Salandra and Pizzulo. And they'll advance those bars. It'll be 30 thrusters the next time somebody from that Senegalia team in Italy. You can see the Italians' flag sported proudly on Pizzulo's arm. Next time they make it out to the thrusters.
So we've got another two minutes to go. Still looks good.
Best time in this test across all previous semifinals was AB CrossFit Mayhem at 269 reps. Mads, I'm not good enough to do the math on.
So look at this, Joel, just for a second. Look at all the barbells are literally side by side, except for Senegalia right now. So everybody's been doing a lot of work. It's just these guys are doing exceptionally well, is what it is. So I'm not taking anything away from anybody on the floor. It's just welcome to the show.
I mean, they've lapped the field.
Yeah.
This is a team that has just crushed the gymnastics portion here. There is that AB CrossFit 269 rep score. I don't know, Riccatini was a breaststroker, swimming background, clearly great upper body strength. The gymnastics, probably right in the wheelhouse.
And probably great engine as well. So still good synchronization, really well paced.
But you can see, and it's tough from this look, but live, there's a little bit of a grimace on Riccatini's face every time she drives up on these thrusters.
Yep.
But even the break was planned there, Mads. They were right on cue.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's what happens when you have several weeks to prepare for an event. You also have the advantage of seeing a bunch of really good athletes go out there and test these tests.
And it's the eye contact after every rep to keep going for another 12 seconds before we hit that 15-minute time cap on this AMRAP.
Don't drop the bar. 5 more seconds. They're not going to drop the bar. This is good stuff.
And that last rep, I believe they will be given credit for.
I think they may have gotten it, yeah. I think they may have gotten it. They look pretty happy, though. Got to be very happy with that.
That is happy. Senegalia, from start to finish, cruising here through Heat 1.
So this test, or this heat was all about Senegalia. Beautiful timing on the muscle ups, both from the person on the bar muscle ups and just continuous nice high landings in the muscle or in the ring muscle up. They had great synchronization on the thrusters, and they knew exactly when they were going to break in between their reps as well, and if they were going to show, or if they were going to go back and forth between bar and muscle up rings. In the end, they just sucked it up, kept on suffering as we talked about, and got a great win, ending up where they lapped the other teams.
3 more heats still to come. Test number 2 for the teams. We'll be a third of the way through competition when the sun sets in Germany tonight. Berlin, Germany is the site of the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Europe Semifinal. Max Schmeling, all to be specific. Team Test 2, Heat 2. Mads, 15 minutes of an AMRAP.
15-minute AMRAP, 3 synchro muscle ups, 1 athlete on the rings, 1 on the bar, 5 synchro thrusters. After each round, or after all athletes have completed each male-female pair have completed 1 round, we will add 2 muscle ups and 5 thrusters.
CrossFit Sport out of Iceland, an OG team in the CrossFit scene, is in lane 1. Oslo Rebels in lane 10. Our eyes, though, on Butcher's Lab Fleck, who cruised to an event win, a test win in test number 1.
Exactly. There's blood in the water. There's blood in the water, and they're going to go out there and try to do the same thing one more time.
They might move themselves from heat 2 into the 4th and final heat on day 2.
I think they will. So the interesting point, another interesting point about this is that the rings are set at one given height. If you have an athlete who's not capable of making it up there, the other athlete that they are working with is allowed to lift them up to the rings. The athlete is resting, however, the pair that is resting are not allowed to assist. So you would be allowed to lift me onto the rings and then go do your thing.
Dirty Dancing style.
Yes.
Those rings are incredibly high as well. And you can see there is a riser, but the jump is still immense for a lot of these athletes. CrossFit Sport leading the way right now. That is Turi Helgadottir's gym.
Yep.
She was formerly on a team for CrossFit Sport back in the day. 3 times to the games, but the last time Sport made an appearance, I was going to say in Madison, they've never been to Madison, was in Los Angeles in 2014.
Well, I mean, Thuri's done everything. She's competed in weightlifting. She's competed in CrossFit as a team athlete. She's competed in CrossFit as an individual athlete. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are a couple of other sports that we don't even know about. She's just, if you think athlete, she's probably one of the first faces you should be thinking of.
And we'll see Thuri compete tomorrow when the individuals take the stage. How many athletes will Sport send to the games is the question. 90 seconds in as athletes have moved on to the round of 10 thrusters here. Again, adding 5 thruster reps each round. This cycle pace is incredibly fast.
It is absolutely brutal. But here's the thing. If you can get yourself into a lead early and then just kind of hold on to it as everybody else fatigues along with you, it's not a bad idea.
Finish the thrusters, you head back to the origin point and tag in your partners. Andrea Ingeborg is in the pink top on the ring muscle-ups.
Left side of your screen is your current leader. Right side of your screen, well, they're trying to catch up.
1 rep left on the muscle-ups here for Ragnar Clemenzon and Ingeborg, and it is CrossFit Sport that races back to the thrusters, although they have been caught.
Shirefit are at the right neck by neck with them. Remember, Shirefit did great in the previous test as well. They only got caught a little bit on the very, very, very last round.
Jack Turner facing us for the West Leeds Shirefit team.
Shirefit have taken the lead.
Just to give you some perspective here, if you finish round 1, that is 16 reps. If you finish 2 rounds, that is 46 reps. 3 rounds, 90 reps. 4 rounds, 148. 5 rounds, 270. 6 rounds, you just win the CrossFit Games. 366 reps. And again, the best score across any semifinal is 269 by AB CrossFit Mayhem. So just shy of 5 full rounds back in week 1. And Sport has jumped back out in front of Shirefit.
Well, blow by blow, and we've got, that looks like...
It's Bad Beast.
Bad Beast.
No. It's
not. It is.
Yeah, I stand corrected.
It is Training Norte from C23. Yeah. And as we talked about before, anything that happens prior to 8 minutes isn't necessarily indicative of how this is gonna end. We've seen it before. Around 8-minute mark, things go south.
Is that something that makes this, as Sport returns to the rig, something you might consider an 80% workout? As I mean, 80% effort for 80% of the time.
Absolutely.
And that sets you up to then burn the engines for the last couple minutes.
Well, it's either that, or you just go 20%, the first 20% of the time we're going to be spending out here, we're going to go as fast as we possibly can, building a lead and then holding on to that lead as well. That's not a bad plan, because remember, you are coming back and catching rest as the other team or the other pairing gets out there and does work.
Clemenzon is done with Ingeborg. And the Sport duo heads back out. Lady on the right is a physiotherapist. The man on the left, actually his weakness is barbell cycling. So if Ragnar Clemenzon can get through this thing unscathed, count a tally in the win column for sport going through the weekend.
I mean, if this is what he's bad at, I want to see what he's good at.
Well, he's got a great engine. It's just engine with the barbell where he has run into some hiccups, but sport is all alone.
They are doing really, really, really well. I also like that what I'm seeing right now is that the teams are running back. So you got CrossFit Fleck are challenging C23 right now.
C23 on the right side of your screen. Out of Mallorca. Ranking 21st coming out of quarterfinals. Two reps left here for sport. This is the round of 20 thrusters and 9 muscle-ups.
This is the last one I expect to see unbroken from most of these teams. And we've got CrossFit Fleck side by side with C23 and CrossFit Sport.
Mads, this is that interesting inflection point. Teams that maybe were lurking a little bit and pacing early, now starting to move to the forefront as some other teams fall off.
Yeah. If you've saved some, you're not gonna have to start breaking these. You can maintain the same kind of speed as you had before.
I mentioned it earlier, incredible barbell cycling speed for Victor Olafsson and Steinen Svansdotter. Now that's a massive break, but they continue to move pretty quickly once the bar is in their hands.
So lane 1, CrossFit Sport, currently in the lead. Lane number 5, C23, Training Norte in second, and Shirefit, lane number 7, out here currently in third. The CrossFit Sport left side of your screen still cycling through these thrusters ridiculously fast.
Sport changes out. Again, 9 muscle-ups, 20 thrusters. Each pair completing each round of work. Jack Turner here for Shirefit, the team from West Leeds. And a no rep on the lockout. So a little bit of a longer period at the top of the bar in the rings to make sure that rep counts. Now 2 remaining here for West Leeds.
Guys, you might actually remember that they came into the worm work at the end of that last test, second in their heat. They got 2 no reps, and then they really fell down the leaderboard. I just spoke to their coach, Tom Dodds, and he said that actually it's not really impacted them. They've been able to put that immediately one to one side, given the tight turnaround of these tests. And I also want to mention, I just got told that Max Camozzi, he got married 2 days ago, so he's foregone the honeymoon and come straight to the floor here in Berlin.
No, Lauren, this is the honeymoon, Lauren.
I was gonna say, this is just a warm-up. Go out here and do great, and afterwards we'll stay in Berlin. Welcome to your honeymoon. So an interesting, fun little fact here is that the 255 reps for Senegalia would have been 4th in the East, North America East, and 3rd in North America West. So it's not a bad job at all.
No, they've laid down the hammer pretty significantly here early. They have taken the lead, and CrossFit Sport has fallen way off pace. There are now 4 other barbells, including those of the teams you're looking at, that are ahead of the team that came out flying. Oslo Rebels on the left side of your screen.
You gotta love a team like Rebels. It's just cruising a little bit underneath the radar, but never letting off the gas. It's just one continuous great effort.
Håkon Leknes was a games athlete with Oslo Purple Red last year. He leads the team, although Anna Randa is their captain. And we have a failure on that last muscle-up attempt, although it was a great job trying to sell it for Oslo. And Leknes, again a no rep, hit for the lockout at the top.
This is costsome.
And there is the lockout for Leknes.
Oh, now he needs to get up on those rings. But at the same time, so lane number 10. So those are the Rebels. Rebels now out here. First ones to address the bar on the thrusters.
Set of 25. Mads, you break this up where?
Well, I'd probably go 15 and 10. Just because it's nice to be past the halfway point.
Lane 9 is empty. Lane 8 is Butcher's Lab Fleck, who had the test win in test number 1. They're just on the left side of your screen. So trying to hunt down Oslo. Right now playing with the lead here in heat 2 of this 15-minute test 2.
The Oslo Rebels looking very, very good on the right side of your screen right now.
Björklund and Peterson on the left side of your screen waiting to be unleashed for their go at this round. Leknes and Randa working on the right. One of the 6 CrossFit Oslo teams of the 40 here competing this weekend.
It's just insane to wrap your head around. It's like both the 4 people on the team. It is also the alternates, and then it's everybody else who did not compete in a team.
Oh, and it's funny because it's a sizable gym, but I was talking to Andrea Solberg a couple of weeks ago, who's competing on the individual side, and she said there's like 3 GHDs. So all the competitors will show up one day, GHDs are in the workout, and you just get like a line that rotates through so that everybody can go through their training together.
So they must have been pretty happy when they saw it that was not on the test.
You talked about the height of the rings. Henrik Peterson just missed.
Yep. Once they start moving, it's just, oh man.
So Henrik Peterson has now gotten himself up on those rings. He can steady. He and Sinna Björklund going to work. Henrik Peterson is a sub for this Oslo Rebels team. He took the place of Hans-Henrik Björk, who had an injury. Rebels knew they needed a suitable substitute, and they had that in Henrik Peterson, and he has answered the bell, making it to semifinals with this unit.
Well, he's delivering really, really well. I mean, it's not easy if you've been a sub and you haven't really, in your mind, your entire mindset has been, I'm not going to be doing this, I'm just helping the team, just not going. Suddenly it's like, yeah, by the way, you're going. It's like, okay, got it. So they're back out here. Bottom of your screen, white top, black pants, black top, black pants. It is Oslo Rebels.
Björklund in the black pants, the black shorts for Peterson.
And so Yellow Belly on the left side of your screen currently sitting in second. And remember, Rebels can't rest at all because Yellow Belly doing a great job right now.
Yellow Belly moving significantly faster with 2 minutes left to go in this AMRAP.
Sorry, that's not Yellow Belly. It's Beast.
Bad Beast.
It's Bad Beast. There you go. You gotta love it.
All right, so both teams breaking simultaneously.
Another 90 seconds.
Bad Beast letting critical reps go by the wayside. Oslo moving through.
Oslo currently has a 2-rep lead.
Final rep for the former Fittest team in Norway, Sinna Björklund. She and Peterson advance the bars, and they'll go tag out. Håkon Leknes and Anna Randa will go back to work.
And if you're at home wondering, why aren't they running faster? Well, you do all these thrusters, and then you start running fast. So Rebels in lane number 10 on the rings and the pull-up rig doing work, but so is Bad Beast in lane number 4.
Seen a ton of jockeying. Feels like Mads, 7 of the 10 teams in this heat have been in the lead or in second place at some point over the course of the last 14 minutes.
It has been up for grabs, and everybody has risen to the challenge and wanting it. Right now, Rebels are the ones that look like they're going to come out on top.
Muscle ups this round are 13. And we'll get a switch between the bar and the rings with 10 seconds left. Both teams will hop back up and try to get another rep or two. And that rep will count for Bad Beast on the left side of your screen.
At the same time as it looked like Rebels got a no rep on their last attempt. We're not sure yet whether it's the... So, Bad Beast took it on the last rep. You just cannot stop.
Every rep counts at all times, even with 1 second left on the clock. We'll see what that does for the ultimate placing for Bad Beast here in heat number 2. 23rd ranked team coming out of quarterfinals out of Lucca in Italy. They told us they're not great with a heavy barbell. Well, we'll give them 95-65 and watch them go to work.
With the lighter barbell, they're doing great, and high-skilled gymnastics with that, why not?
So Sport, or rather Oslo the Rebels, with an issue advancing the barbells earlier on in the workout. So that slows them down for just a second, and then we advance to the 10-minute mark, and look at the lead changing up a little bit.
Well, it sure did. I mean, we were all looking at Rebels, and Rebels started getting a little bit in trouble. Trouble with the rings to start with. Got hit with a couple of no reps as well. It just got him in. It just opened up the door.
If that's a 1 rep difference, the 10 seconds that Peterson needed to wait for the rings to settle down is the difference in a lot of points.
And that is exactly what opened up the door to Bad Beast, so that they could finish up. And here you go, on the right side of your screen, you see the no rep for the Rebels at the same time as the last rep counted for Bad Beast. That is how tight it is.
Heat number 3 still to come here in Germany. Two more heats on the final test of day 1 at the CrossFit Europe Semifinal. Tickets to the NOBULL CrossFit Games are on the line this weekend. Mads Jacobson, Joel Gadet, Lauren Smith getting ready to watch a 15-minute AMRAP. Mads, this thing just grows as it goes.
It does. It is 3 synchro muscle ups, 1 athlete on the rings, 1 on the bar, 5 synchro thrusters. After each pair, or after both male and female pairs have done their work, we increase by 3 muscle ups and 5 thrusters.
Surbiton in lane 9, 4th at the CrossFit Games. The last time it was there back in 2021. In lane 5, middle of the field, CrossFit Castanet Tolosan really made a statement in test 1.
They did. I mean, they did a great job in the previous test, and I really loved what they did. It was continuous. They didn't go out there and hammer it. They went out there and did their thing. Want to see what they do with this.
Much different type of test. Light barbell, gymnastics.
Well, it's the beauty of these tests, and Adrian Bosman does this all the time with his programming. He gives you something over here that you excel at, then he's going to demand something at the entirely different end of the spectrum for you over here. And what he's looking for is whoever navigates and does that the best.
It's only 3 muscle ups followed by 5 thrusters in the opening round. You'll tag your partners in. They'll then do the same work. So if you complete 1 round, it is 16 reps, 2 rounds, 46, 90, 148, 270 reps if you make it through 5 rounds.
So lane number 2 and lane number 3. So that's Oslo Nice and Blueprint. Oh, with lane 3. So that would be lane 4. I'm sorry. That was Nijmegen coming out pretty hot and heavy. Followed right here by Casta. So Casta doing the same thing they did before, which was come out at a great pace. But like we talked about before, you need to wait until the 8-minute marker.
You see that emptiness in lane 3 on the left side of your screen. So a withdrawal early on from Blueprint CrossFit AOD. They're a previous games team. 29th back in 2021, so that is a big loss from this field. Although maybe it opens up a qualifying spot for somebody else, because I think Blueprint AOD was very much in the mix to take one of the 10 qualifying spots.
They definitely were, and I mean, this is what happens. It's not just about how good you are, it's also about the ability to stay healthy throughout an entire competition. It's a different part of the task as well, yeah.
Synchronized at the top on these thrusters.
And Nijmegen doing a great job of their synchronization. I mean, they got out to the bar at the same time as Casta in the yellow t-shirts, but they were just a little better synced, which meant that they could move a little bit faster.
5 muscle-ups. You don't have to do all 5 on the rings or on the bar. You just have to do 5. You can switch stations if need be. And Oslo Nice right back out to it. Marion Johnson, Ragnhild Sam are the ladies for that team. They competed at the games on Oslo Purple Red last season. You see athletes really overemphasizing, Mads, the lockout at the top, both because that's where the movement is synchronized, but also that on a thruster is really where you rest and breathe.
It is. So why not take the opportunity to make sure that judge is happy with your reps, you're fully synchronized, and get a deep breath. Also, the lead right now looks like it's in lane number 7, which is Oslo Blackout.
One of the 6 Oslo teams here. Blackout's led by Henrik Negard, who's on the Norwegian Functional Fitness national team and maybe the best Norwegian male amongst the contingent.
Quite possibly, and as I said, as we talked about before, Henrik Uttevik, who's running out here now with Westermoy Kolstad, both amazing athletes. They do tend to fly a little bit under the radar, but they really shouldn't. I mean, they're awesome.
Uttevik is a doctor of manual medicine.
And a certified nice guy as well.
Also a literal wedding singer.
He is.
He is.
Nice.
No, they're in lane 2.
Westermoy Kolstad also on the Norwegian National Functional Fitness team as well. So they've just they've picked up a bunch of talent there and put it together.
Well, I mean, why does CrossFit Oslo have 6 teams here? There's any number of reasons, but one of them is because of the commitment Norway as a country has made to functional fitness. We just saw Sweden certify functional fitness as an official national sport. If you do that and the country gets behind it, oh, you watch it blossom in places around the world.
Yeah, but I mean, because in Europe you don't have collegiate sport the same way you do it as, for example, in the States, which means something like that, becoming a national or a recognized sport, will do what? It will open up a bunch of test facilities for you and everything that the government can provide for Olympic athletes, world-class athletes, anything like that. Norway have been reaping the benefits. I hope that Sweden will do the same. I would love for that to happen.
Shouts Gretchen Kittelberger.
She's been doing an amazing job.
Oslo Blackout on the right side of the screen. Aylesbury left of them. And Blackout rolls the barbells forward. It'll be 20 reps the next time somebody touches the bar. Back to the ring muscle-ups. There's the tag out. This will be a set of 9 muscle-ups, ring and bar.
So Aylesbury now in second. So here's the Blackout roster. Ingrid Tundel, Westermoy Kolstad, Henrik Negård, Henrik Uttevik. Henrik and Henrik. So yeah, that's great. We can't say we just say Henrik and we never get the names wrong. This is amazing. But they're a great team, and I'm really expecting great things from them.
Ingrid Tondel went to the games last year on the Trondheim team. Lives and trains down in Oslo now, where she is the partner of Eyvind Ringard from the Oslo Navy Blue team.
And so Blackout now out here, just a little bit faster on the gymnastics than the Aylesbury team, but Aylesbury out here in a comfortable second position right now. They are being challenged just a little bit, though, by lane number 4, so Nijmegen still doing a great job. And as we know, we haven't hit the 8-minute marker yet. Anything can happen.
I mean, we're only 6 and change. I mean, we're just over the 3rd mark. The times are going to be ridiculously fast as we make our way through the rest of Heat 3 and into Heat 4.
And as we say that, we do see Blackout taking a bit of a breather on the thrusters on the set of 20 already. At the same time as Aylesbury just keep on crushing it. So Aylesbury may have caught up a little bit. What did that cost them? Did that mean they're going to have to go slower or wait a little bit on the rings? We don't know. So Aylesbury and Blackout now side by side.
And Aylesbury needing to have a good test because things did not go the way that they wanted in test number 1.
And it sure didn't. And I mean, this is the beauty of the programming. It allows you to come back and then excel somewhere else.
And the beauty of having a 40-team field is you can struggle a little bit in one event and then still come back if you can hit some home runs.
Yes.
Guys, I am stood next to Owen Jones, a very nervous coach for CrossFit Aylesbury. But we're chatting about Maddie Harris, who's taken over captaincy this year. She's had some shoes to fill after the loss of Mike Catris for that doping violation. But it was a very natural progression. She was already vice captain. She took over the calls when Mike got tired out on field. So this isn't anything that new for her. And Owen also tells me that she's also the loudest person out on that field of play. So no problem hearing her.
You gotta be loud, Lauren, because Maddie Harris is a school teacher, so you gotta keep people in line. Keeping the team in line, that's just second nature.
What a great teacher to have, though.
One of my favorite things to do is when you find people that are school teachers and also CrossFit Games or semifinals athletes, and you say, what do your students think? Phenomenal answers.
So Aylesbury and Blackout picked up the barbell at the exact same time. They're moving them at the exact same time.
Blackout gets back to the rig just a little bit faster. The advantage is minimal.
This is interesting. So Blackout have Vestermo Kolstad on the rings, or Henrik Uterik on the rig. And here they switch. Okay. Now we passed it. We're at almost the 9-minute mark. Almost at the 9-minute mark. At the same time, Aylesbury knocking them out. Now they have to take a bit of a break. God, this is close. This is very, very close.
We're at 11 muscle-ups here, synchronized at the top of the bar in the rings. Keeping in mind that to get here, you've already done 16 muscle-ups over the course of 3 rounds.
I think Aylesbury have just taken the lead. Aylesbury are currently in the lead. They just finished up their work on the muscle-ups. Blackout still have another rep to go. But let's see Aylesbury capitalize on this.
Strivey is a proud sponsor of the European Semifinal. Their premier remote coaching software facilitates swift and easy creation and sale of your programs. What sets Strivey apart is its dedicated service for gym owners, eliminating the need to juggle multiple software systems. It's your one-stop solution for gym management. Visit strivey.app or scan the QR code on your screen to embark on a 14-day free trial.
Blistering pace here by Aylesbury. I mean, they're taking a break right now, but their thrusters are fast. Have a look at this.
And it's really the speed dictated by that heavier barbell.
Well, it is. They need to. Oh, they're close. Okay, so took a bit of a breather now. So if Blackout can hold on to the bar now and finish, then they're back in the lead. If they need to break, Aylesbury has the lead. Oh, here comes the break.
And there is that break for Blackout. Right back on it here for Jamie Lowry, the newest member of this team. We've said this a few times. Teams that have listed weaknesses that are seemingly perceived strengths, Jamie Lowry was overhead movements. The thrusters went fine.
Yeah. Then I'm starting to wondering, like, if these things are the things that people are weak at, then, like, what does that mean? I think that was Maddie Harris, though, on the thrusters.
So Lowry and Harris tag out. Owen Roberts and Charlotte Spence are in for Aylesbury now on the right side of your screen. Blackout is on the left. It's not confusing at all that Blackout is wearing green and the team wearing black is not Blackout. 4.5 minutes thereabouts left here in test number 2, heat 3.
Thank God for the signage right now. So yes, CrossFit Oslo Blackout in the green on the left, Aylesbury in the black on the right.
Well, both Henriks strive when it comes to gymnastics, so no surprise that Blackout is leading the way here. Aylesbury, the first one to touch a barbell, though, here on this round of 25 synchronized thrusters at 95 and 65 pounds. For those of you that are curious, the weight is in pounds down on the floor. I know we're in kilo country.
So right now in lane number 10, we have Aarhus, CrossFit Aarhus Commanders. They're currently sitting in third, and we've still got 2 minutes to go. So as you said earlier, Joel, I mean, maybe somebody's been not necessarily playing possum, but just kind of pacing themselves, and they're going to go for it now. So even though we have Aylesbury and Blackout in the lead, we saw in the earlier heats that can change.
Here comes Blackout. First back to the rig. Aarhus has taken a break. Lane 10 at the bottom of your screen. And Aylesbury will now advance, although they've got to catch Blackout.
Oh man, this is where it gets tough. How many reps do you string together? Aylesbury have traditionally been very good in the rig.
This is the round of 13 synchronized muscle-ups. With a minute left to work. Aylesbury needing to break. Blackout breaks. We saw 255 reps from Senegalia in Heat 1. That is a phenomenal standard bearer of a score tonight. That is the number to beat. 30 seconds left to go. These are critical breaks here. Yes, time is going by, but you also, Mads, need to make sure that if you jump back on the rings or the bar, you can knock out a couple of reps and not fail.
Yep.
And that's what happens for Blackout. They finish out wonderfully. Back to the barbell for the thrusters with 10 seconds. Start adding to that total. One of the 6 Oslo teams, and it is a Berlin Blackout here in heat number 3.
That is awesome. You've got to love what they just did, what the Blackout team just did right now. It is easy to get caught up in another team if they start getting closer. It's easy to get yourself in a position where it's like you try to defend your position. They stuck with their guns, let Aylesbury take a bit of a lead, and then they ended up winning it. I really enjoy seeing that out of this team.
Henrik with enough wits about him to quickly sign that scorecard.
So let's have a look at this. It was really close in the beginning. Aylesbury and Blackout were just going blow to blow. It was Aylesbury here took a little bit of a break, which allowed Blackout to kind of get ahead. But hey, it was short-lived because a little bit later, Blackout took a break and allowed Aylesbury to come out there and take the lead. On the thrusters, a little bit ahead of Blackout, doing really, really great was Aylesbury, and we were kind of wondering whether they were going to be able to run off with it. So, got back on the rig, neck and neck. It was blow by blow, rep by rep. But Oslo Blackout came off, ran out there, and they did a great job on the thrusters, which ended up setting them up for success.
239 reps unofficially. That is first in the heat, second overall as we head into the fourth and final heat of test number 2.
Senegalia did an amazing job in heat number 1.
Final 10 teams on the first day of competition at the Europe Semifinal from Berlin when we return. The fourth and final heat of day 1 of competition for the teams at the Europe Semifinal, the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games from Max Schmeling Hall. Alongside Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith is down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. Test number 2 is an AMRAP, Mads. It is 15 minutes of increasing reps.
It is 3 synchro muscle ups, 1 in the rings, 1 in the bars. It is 5 synchro thrusters. After each male and female pair have completed that work, we will increase by 2 muscle ups and 5 thrusters as far as we can possibly get in 15 minutes.
Our key is brought to us by RP.
First of all, timing is key. Timing is key on the rings, making sure that the synchronization is as effective as possible. After that, suffer on the thrusters. You will get to rest after your thrusters, so bite off a little bit more than you think you're going to be able to bite off, and then just go for it.
Let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. You might look at these rings and think, yikes, they're awfully high. Well, they're at 96 inches, which is the men's indie height. But if you cannot reach them, you have this 6-inch riser underneath. If that still isn't enough and you've just seen teams checking them out before we get going, then your teammate can lift you up, but not the 2 teammates who are waiting behind on that start line.
It's Dirty Dancing style. The only problem is your teammate has to hang from the rings while you get up onto the bar. With CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue finishing 12th in test 1. They were the favorites coming in lane 6. They've got some ground to make up on that team.
CrossFit Prestanda, you got Victor Långsved right there on the right side of your screen. Victor was on the team last year. Because of all kinds of formalities, he didn't get to go. He is back with a passion. And CrossFit Prestanda are being chased by no shortcuts CrossFit, who thought that they were going to be flying under the radar. Not so much.
It's a broken radar if they were flying under it. Andre Houdet is the captain, although he was very quick to say, this is not my team, this is our team. He'll start things off on the bar muscle-ups.
Well, they have the workout cut out for him. 255 from the first heat by Senegalia is currently the most work that has been done within these 15 minutes. And I'm going to just put it out there. They're going to be hard-pressed for that. They cannot stand still at all. They really need to get after it.
Oh, interesting. Oslo Navy Blue just had a hiccup on the round of 5 thrusters. They were slow to finish, so a little bit off pace, but it's still 43 seconds in.
If you're going to have it now. Be flawless for the rest.
And right back to it, they're now in front. Ingrid Hodenmere with her back to us in the blue, Nikolai Bilodel, and he's the guy to watch. Yeah, Navy Blue's comfortably out in front early, because it seemed like Nikolai was the one who struggled. Even said with illness after test 1, it looked like his back was bothering him while holding the sandbag.
Well, I think maybe that's what it is. Depending on what illness means, it could also be just that he got lactic acid in his legs from not having been able to work for a week or 2. We'll have to see, but they're sure fast. I mean, currently in the lead along with CrossFit Prestanda. Maria Långfors, Victor Långsved out there on the thrusters. And let's remember that Prestanda in the previous test We didn't really look at them all that much because they were kind of cruising around third, hanging out with CrossFit Walleye. But then, in the end, when it was time to go, they went.
Prestanda is in lane 8 as we take a look at Ingrid Hodenmere with Oslo Navy Blue. Just cruising through the ring missile-ups. And the fact that Ingrid Hodenmere is going so quickly through these, those are synchronized.
Yeah.
So think about, I mean, the communication and the level of work that's going through that. With Nikolai Billadel on the other side, Navy Blue is cruising here in Test 2.
And look at what happens when you go that fast. It gets you the lead. Navy Blue out to the back to the lead again. Still Prestanda in second. Hanna Karlsson, Alexander Elebro out there doing work right now, which is great.
2 more reps for Hodenmere. And
God, they're fast.
Yeah. So Billadel and Hodenmere tap out. Dahlringard and Richter check back in. No Shortcuts has also made the change. We're on the round of 15 thrusters and 7 muscle-ups.
3 minutes in. Talk about the fact that there's still 12 minutes of work to be done. Oslo Navy Blue just chucking away at it, extending their lead just a little bit.
Also see Butcher's Lab Krieger, bottom of your screen, who did not have a good test 1. They were one of the last teams out there in this final heat.
They're making up for it now, though. Currently sitting in second.
I mean, it was still a top half finish for them, but it always looks worse when you're still out there at the end of your heat. They're in second with 2 more reps left here on this round of thrusters.
Oslo Navy Blue is just, it's very impressive the way that they're making their moves on the gymnastics and holding on to that move. Same pace as everybody else when it comes to the thrusters.
Butcher's Lab Krieger with Casper Dugard across from us, working through these muscle-ups.
Christina Erbik, Sabrina Rohauge. It's a good team. I think they didn't have the start to this competition that they were looking for, but they are definitely making up for that now.
Four and a half minutes in, synchronized thrusters for a round of 15 with Navy Blue on the left. Krieger, ironically, both of these teams follow Krieger programming, is the team on the right.
Oh, a little bit of a misunderstanding there for Butcher's Lab. They had 1 more rep to go. They thought they were done.
We'll push them just behind as we hit the 5-minute mark. I'll tell you what, we may see a best time across any semifinal happen right before our eyes here in this heat.
If they keep this pace up, then yep.
Mayhem AB back at the North America East semifinal currently holds the mark at 269. That is just shy of completing 5 full rounds, 10 rounds, because that's each pair going through each of those rounds. I'm not great at math, Mads, but that's like 90 seconds a round, and obviously it's different reps, but you're moving quickly at that juncture.
But so Krieger is still in the lead. Butcher's Lab Krieger still in second.
Strive E provides remote coaching software for your box and your personal training programs. With an all-in-one software solution, Strive E helps you save time, track your athletes, and engage your community. Visit strivee.app or scan that QR code on your screen to start your 14-day free trial today with Strive E. Avend Dahlringard working with Leanna Richter. And they have ceded the lead to Butcher's Lab Krieger.
Yep. We're approaching that 8-minute mark, which seems to be magical. It is a pretty commanding lead, as we now have Aorta We've got Walleye, we've got Pestanda, all coming back to the ring.
Casper Dugard and Thomas Stroyer are the two men for this team. They compete as a team of two a lot. There's a ton of experience there. Communication shouldn't be an issue. Casper and Martinez Solheim, who was the alternate on this team coming in, are also a couple. And actually, I believe we expected Martinez to compete. So this is a unit that has bonded together as one. They should flow pretty seamlessly out there on the competition floor.
This is interesting though, because the lead right now for the team from Butcher's Lab is the same as the lead was in the previous round for the team from Oslo Navy Blue.
Oh, look at that hang up there. Yeah, that was the right way to go. Dugard was just going to wait at the top of the thruster, but Father Time got the better of him. Billadel facing us, Hodenmere away from us.
And the cost of that is a new lead for who? Navy Blue.
Those shirts, by the way, say Europe has arrived on the back for Oslo Navy Blue. They are the first European team to ever finish on the podium at the Games. They've done it twice.
Well, it is absolutely true. Europe has. So now we've got in first, Navy Blue. In second, Butcher's Lab Krieger. In third, we've got the team from Walleye.
Krieger on the right. The team that trains under the matriarch of Krieger on the left. Oslo Navy Blue. Look at the swooping swing for Leanna Richter on these muscle-ups. There's something very rhythmic and fluid to it.
There is. I mean, she's just using her levers really, really well. What I would have liked for her to do is just have her legs come a little bit further up. That would give her a bit more height so she didn't land as deep. That being said, she's done a bunch of muscle-ups already. And who am I? I'm the dude back here who can't do anything. But theoretically, if it were possible, that would save her some energy at the top of those rings.
Yeah, as I said that, she started to struggle toward the last couple of reps there. But Richter is out there now for 25 synchronized thrusters with Dahlringard. Such an interesting season for Oslo Navy Blue because they're really defined by their team mentality. But this past offseason, their approach, Mads, was really what can we each do to get better as individuals? They were kind of like the Avengers.
Yeah.
They went out and did their own thing. Richter went out and competed as an individual quite a bit, including at Dubai. But then they came back together. How can we reunite with hopefully individually stronger powers?
I think it's a smart thing to do. I think it is obvious that as a team athlete, if you're doing really well, you're always going to wonder, how would I do on my own? Go out and try it, and then come back again to where you thrive the best, which is on the team. But I think the lead is about to change again. We're back to Butcher's Lab Krieger.
Yeah, that was a pretty costly no-rep. Dahlringard didn't like it. He got caught funny. He put the barbell down and was clearly frustrated. And Krieger is now back in front with 5 minutes left to go.
And what that also means is that second place is about to switch to Walleye.
Yeah, Walleye is now in second place. The force to be reckoned with themselves. They come into this semifinal ranked 4th out of quarterfinals. Mia Hesketh is their captain.
And Trondheim just passed Oslo Navy Blue as well,
who had a tremendous test 1.
I mean, we're kind of seeing the same thing as in test number 1.
Although Oslo wearing down there seemed more illness or injury related.
I didn't mean necessarily by the teams. I just meant that the early leaders are being caught up by other teams as we kind of get towards the back end of the test.
First place on the left with Krieger.
And now a no rep for Butcher's Lab in lane number 10. Wow, these things are changing back and forth.
1 rep, Walleye is done.
Mia Hesketh, Joscha Wichtrup, cruising their way out to the barbells.
Back after pregnancy to compete as an individual last year. Didn't qualify for the Games, but had a phenomenal showing at the Lowlands.
And here's Trondheim also. Trondheim now in the lead because they went right out, ripped the barbells off the ground, and just got after it at the top of your screen.
And now Walleye and Navy Blue are almost synchronized with each other here. They've fallen off that rhythm. Second place, Trondheim on the left. Walleye on the right is in first. 3 minutes left to go in this AMRAP.
Hand Mia Hesketh a barbell and you're gonna see magic. All Joshua Bigfoot has to do is just follow that lead.
Games in 2019, Mia Hesketh qualified in 2020. And Walleye in front, rolling that barbell forward. They're on the round of 13 muscle-ups and 30 thrusters with still 2.5 minutes left to go.
And so what we may be looking at right now is another test record. And they're 20 seconds ahead of the previous best time. So Walleye just needs to hold on to this.
I mean, this is a smoke show of a performance by the Swedish super team.
I hope they're not thinking about the test record right now. They need to keep the eye on the other teams because it is a tight lead that they have right now.
I would be stunned if they were thinking about it.
I've seen stranger things happen, but I'm just saying, not right now. So taking a bit of a breather, that's Sam Stewart on the rings, Antonia Kutelowski on the pull-up rig.
Phenomenal pulling strength for Stewart, who was 37th at the games individually back in 2021. Antonia across from him was on CrossFit Nordic the last couple of years. Mads, you know that fairly well.
Yep, I know fairly well. I do work out with him. So here we go. Oh, this is insane. So the lead that they've built now is actually, it is really, really impressive. So Walleye is out there, and their pair needs to get 23 out of the 30 thrusters to get the test win here. And they've still got 1 minute and 10 seconds to do it.
That's 5.
And still no other team, none of the teams that were after them have even made it out there.
They take a break after 10 reps. Trondheim has now arrived, but the gap was enormous. Genas is out there as well.
14 rep lead right now. But they cannot stop too much. They cannot rest too much. They need to pick that bar up and go. It's another 30 seconds. There's no, all right, that's what I'm saying. There's no reason to rest, but they really shouldn't rest unless they really have to.
You can't get more time, but you can certainly get more effort here for the final 20 seconds, digging down deep. What will you do to put yourself in position to try to go to the CrossFit Games early on in this semifinal competition?
Are you willing to bite down hard?
Time with Walleye driving toward the finish.
Wow. This is so well done. It is insane. Joshua Bigfoot, Mia Hesketh looking pretty happy as they casually jog up to Sam Stewart and Antonia right now going, hey, you did a great job. Amazing job here by Walleye.
Probably something to the tune of what Mia Hesketh just said there. Winner in Heat 4, CrossFit Walleye. We'll wait for the final results on our overall test winner, but it was Krieger out there early and then a little hiccup.
A little bit of a hiccup, communication, didn't really work out the way it did, and that's the kind of stuff that ends up biting you in the butt. So here we go again. Same thing. What do we do? I'm holding on, pick it up, no, don't. That opened up for Navy Blue, but Navy Blue had their own little battle. They took the lead, then they lost the lead, then they took the lead again. And that left the door open for Walleye. And once Walleye got in there, they did not let go. Great job with synchronization on the rig onto the thrusters. The thrusters, they were really fast. And so led them to this finish right here, where all they had to do was just hold on, keep going. You can see Sam Stewart looking at the watch going, don't drop the bar yet until we're done. And now they were. So it was an amazing effort by Walleye. Played their cards really well, did not get sucked into what everybody else was doing, and ended up winning.
Let's go down to Lauren. She has that Walleye team as they still gather their wits here following test number 2.
Sorry, guys, just organizing ourselves down here. Mia, that was so impressive. This is a team, a super team of lots of different nationalities all coming together. How are you getting the best out of your strengths as individuals to create that team performance?
I mean, we try, even though we live in different countries, we just try to accumulate as much time together during the spring. And then we had a really good pre-camp now for 1 week in Germany as Joshua's gym. So we just really try to see everybody's strength and see who works best together, who can do like fast thrusters together, and just being like ready to take a big hit for the team.
So you really nailed that down in the last couple of days. Joshua, I have to ask, I mean, you're from Hamburg, so it's not quite at home, but being in front of a German crowd, how does that feel?
Amazing. It's amazing to be again here in Berlin. So thank you, Berlin. Danke, Berlin.
Thank you, guys. Great job.
Good showing from Berlin here on the first day of competition at the Europe Semifinal. That super team from Sweden put together by the Heskeths. They laid down a pretty interesting challenge to finish things off here on our first day of competition. So much more to come though. 3 more days, 2 for the teams. The individuals will get going tomorrow. We are just getting started here in Berlin. For Mads Jacobson and Lauren Smith, the rest of our crew, my name is Joel Gadet. Post-show still to come. Stick around with us here in Berlin. CrossFit Semifinals on the road to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Strivey, elevate your remote coaching to the next level. GoWOD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And FitAid, the #1 recovery drink on the market.
It's the best way to get healthy and fit. It'll also be the best way to produce the most well-rounded athlete, the most athletic, well-rounded athlete that you can be. Like, it'll bring out the best physical version of yourself. And that's what I love about it. And that's why I compete. And that's why I own the gym. Seeing what you're physically capable of, I think, is something that I've always wanted to push that limit and push that boundary. And CrossFit gave me the ability to do that.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%. So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it.
Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
I got into coaching CrossFit maybe a year and a half into doing CrossFit. I was worried that competing in CrossFit and coaching in CrossFit that I would burn myself out, making CrossFit basically my whole life. That's the thing that I did for fun. It was my outlet. It was the thing that I did to be healthy. And that if it was my job, it wouldn't feel the same anymore.
Just take that ball to your hip. There we go.
Coaching made me fall in love with CrossFit more. You learn more when you have to explain to people what you're doing as an athlete. I love watching beginners who have done nothing athletic in their whole life discover what it feels like to move your body and to be healthy and feel capable and strong. Like, that's just the coolest thing to watch people go through. It's so transformative for them. Being an athlete, you make small adjustments or even big adjustments, and it gives you this much. In our members, I make this much adjustment, and it gives them a life-changing experience.
Just a warm-up. You don't have to break anything to do this. Don't go too far if you're not feeling it yet.
CrossFit teaches you how much more capable you are than you would ever have believed it yourself. People think pain is like a normal part of just aging. You get older and pain happens, and you just have to accept that. You get people out of pain and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know life could not be painful. And it's awesome. That's the reason that I love coaching the demographic that we coach.
I want you to just squat jump without the med ball.
Being a coach has made me a better athlete because I really have to be a student of the sport. I really have to pick apart everything that I'm doing. I have to understand why and how and explain it to other people. And I've lived it. I've tried it through experience. I haven't just read about it or learned it in a certification about what the best recovery tools are, what the best nutrition practices are, what the best training tools are, injury prevention, stress management, sleep. I've done them all and I've tried them all, and I can talk to people and say, okay, here's where I think is going to make the biggest difference for you. Here's what I think is going to fit into your life best. We can have those conversations, and I have so much more to give because I have become a master of my craft. I heard a stat, like 14% of the US population has a gym membership, and that just blew my mind.
90, dig in, push pull.
14%. What is happening to the other 86%? Like, how do we reach those people?
5 more seconds, Joe, let's go!
Those people are the people that need what we can provide, and I want to access those people.
Sorry, I was getting my... Day one of competition here in Berlin, Germany. The teams in action for the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals across Europe. As we welcome you back inside Max Schmeling Hall, he's Mads Jacobson. My name is Joel Godet. It was an interesting first day because there were a ton of expectations on a ton of different teams, and we'll get to the leaders coming in. But it was a team that made it to the CrossFit Games last year in Butcher's Lab Fleck, who's flying under that Butcher's Lab flag this year after competing for 2150 last season, really made the early impact mats.
They did an amazing job. They came out and they executed perfectly. We weren't really necessarily looking at them that much because they were in one of the earlier heats, but they didn't care too much. Executed great on the worm. They had great synchronization, good communication. On the double unders, they were a lot faster than everybody else, and they were able to hold on to the sandbag a lot better. Did get to struggle a little bit on the run, but still, no problem holding it together, being synchronized as a team. Even in the end, when you can tell that it was not comfortable at all, they were still doing a great job.
So out of heat number 2, it turns into a test win for Butcher's Lab Fleck, and again, competed at the CrossFit Games a year ago, so coming into this semifinal, knowing that they were one of the top 30 teams in the country, in the world from a year ago. Those were the event results, just 2 teams, or the test results, just 2 teams finishing in under 21 minutes, with CrossFit Trondheim, also a Games team from a year ago, coming up in 3rd place. Top 10 teams advancing. Top 20 teams are interesting because in 12th place was CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. A lot of people looking at Navy Blue as potentially the heir apparent to the Affiliate Cup champion, with CrossFit Mayhem Freedom and Rich Froning's team stepping aside this year. That brings us to our Rogue Don't Weaken moment of the day, because Nikolai Biladel had to really fight through an illness and injury in that first test.
We were wondering what was up. He is one of the strongest athletes out there on the field, and seeing him move this way was not something that we thought we were going to see. Obviously, as a consequence, the entire team had to struggle a little bit. They came together around him really, really well.
Nikolai Biladel getting stretched out by Leona Richter after that event, did come back in event number 2, or in test number 2, and finish 7th. So why is it our Rogue Don't Weaken moment? Because if you're Oslo Navy Blue, you go through all that. It was a 12th place finish. They go 7th in test 2. Overall, still in a qualifying position in 7th place after day 1.
They are still in contention, and we've seen it before. Invictus had the same problem with an injured athlete, had to nurse that all the way through, and they did a great job at it. So this doesn't necessarily mean it's the end of the weekend, especially now that we know that after Nikolai having a test number 1 that was like this, he comes out and delivers really, really well with the rest of the team in test number 2.
Yeah, and it becomes a big recovery day heading into day number 2 of competition, as you see Nikolai Biladel getting stretched out there by his teammates, trying to pick each other up as we move from test to test. Let's move from test to test. Test number 2, much different looking opportunity for these teams. Moderate barbells, some good cycling, and some good gymnastics. And Mads, we saw the emergence of our Swedish super team.
Well, we did. I mean, we knew that the Walleye team was going to be awesome. They were challenged to start with by Butcher's Lab, one of the Butcher's Lab teams, and a bunch of the other teams as well. And we're really kind of playing it to their own pace. Butcher's Lab had a bunch, I was going to say, they had a couple of problems with the synchronization on the thrusters, which kind of opened up the door to Navy Blue, who were coming out really fast, and we were happy to see them that way. That being said, as we kind of neared the end of everything, they got hit with no reps. They had a little bit of trouble on the rig, or on the rig as well, which opened up the door to Walleye, because Walleye were just stringing them together, as you see on the right side of the screen right there. Opened up the door, got him to the barbell. You do not get Mia Hesketh on a barbell like that, because she will get an imposing lead, and the rest of the team were able to carry it home.
Antonia Falk-Kotelnicki and Sam Stewart finishing it out. This international flair. Sam Stewart, the Irishman, coming to be part of this Swedish super team. 260 reps wins the test. We saw CrossFit Senegalia all the way in heat 1 throw down that early marker, 255, for a fantastic test 2 result. All right, so here's our standings after 1 day of competition, and this will be our final heat in day 2. CrossFit Trondheim, how about that performance? First place after 1 day.
Well, we've been looking at them all day, and they've been doing really, really great. Now, they haven't won test 1 or test 2, but they have been right there, and they've been performing really, really well. And we need to remember, it's not necessarily about going out there and winning these events. It's like you need to be consistently good all the way, and they are.
We asked how many CrossFit Oslo teams would qualify. Well, there are 3 teams in the top 10. There are none in rankings 11 through 20. So right now we're looking at the top half of Oslo's teams advancing to Madison after 2 tests. Maximize your CrossFit performance with GoWOD's tailor-made mobility program. Try GoWOD now with a 14-day free trial. Schedule for Friday here in Berlin. The individuals come into the picture. Team Test 4 kicks us off at 2 p.m. Women's Test 2 and Men's Test 2 follow at 3:30 and 5:20. Those times are local, that is Central European summertime. For the rest of our crew, Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith, everybody on the production side, my name is Joel Godet. Thank you for joining us in Germany today. We are off and running. We will crown some champions and hand out some tickets, but oh, there is so much more work to be done. Back here Friday for the European semifinal on the road to the NOBULL CrossFit Games.